Bills! Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You see, because I'm so humble, you know me, I'm a humble guy. You know, I'm a man of the people. That's who Big Sills is. I'm just a man of the people here, man. I'm like you guys, and I'm a man of the people. And I want to thank my friend, Angelo Cataldi, for sending me this book. Really nice. You see, I don't really have an ego. I'm a man of the people here, man. You know, here's Angelo's book. Just send it out. And then look at what he wrote in here. Look at this. To Dan Sileo, one of the best sports talk hosts in America. Thanks for letting me promote this book on your awesome podcast, Angelo Cataldi. Hey, that didn't take long. Only took me 2.5 years to have the greatest sports talk radio host in Philadelphia. Called Big Sills one of the best. But see, I don't have an ego. I'm a man of the people. That's what I am. That's right, maniac. I'm here and I'm humble. I'm humble all the time. Sue goes, wait a minute. He told you he was sending it. Yeah, but I didn't tell him to write that I was one of the best in the country. Which some say I am, some say I'm not, some say I'm the worst. I kind of like both ends of that, actually. Sileo, you sucked for 35 years. Yeah, I know. Hey, man. Way to go, Angelo. Thank you very much. And I know you watch the show each and every single day. As many people at the NovaCare Center and, of course, those sports talk radio shows in Philadelphia get a lot of my content and then apply it to their shows. You're welcome. How you doing? Oh, I can't wait to get going here. Hey, by the way, I will concede this. That thing last night it was two stories. Russell Wilson really cooked? Or did it just take a little time for Sean Payton to connect with him? I'm going to apply this to Brian Johnson and how important coaching is and patience. Maybe it just took a little time. Huh? By the way, Patrick Surtain, an enormous miss by the Eagles for not giving the Broncos what they wanted for Surtain. He's the best corner in the league. That kid is unbelievable. He was insane last night. He was insane. He is insane great. And he's 24, and you could have had him. But you'd rather get a guy from bumfuck you and see if that guy pans out at corner next year in the draft. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. You could have had that guy for a first-round draft choice. Instead, you're going to go to something called Helen Keller University and see if that guy pans out because you guys have landed on so many corners. Right? Hey, man, I will tell you this about Josh Allen. I don't get that thing last night. There were so many great, spectacular. Hey, I love how everyone's going to go like this. That guy, he turns the ball over. He's got 3 more turnovers. He's got 3 more interceptions than Jalen Hurts does. Okay? He's got 3 more interceptions than Hurts. I mean, relax there. But I will say this. It's the reckless throws into triple coverage. Hurts never does that. And when he did it once, he did it in the Jets game. I mean, the reckless throws into like places where you have to put it in a shoebox, it just doesn't make sense. He'll make 6 great throws, and then he'll make 4 incredibly questionable decisions. Hey, they fired Ken Dorsey, my friend. I talked to him 5 minutes ago before he came on the air. Ken Dorsey is like, hey, someone's got to fall on the sword. And believe me, Josh Allen's already apologized to him profusely, but that wasn't Ken Dorsey's fault, 12 men on the field. Sean McDermott needs to be fired. He sucks as a head coach. He totally sucks. That is on him. He's accountable. It's his team. And you're not connecting. You're a defensive-minded guy. Get his ass out of Buffalo. They need somebody that's competent in that building. 12 guys, that's on him. How about the fumbles? That's not on Ken Dorsey. That's on Josh Allen. That's player accountability. That's like firing a hitting instructor when your team's not batting right. You fire the hitting coach. Really? That's player accountability. And that's on Josh Allen. You get paid that kind of money, son, that's on you. That's on you, son. I'll tell you one thing that I will say this, and I'll continue to say it, and I don't give a shit what you say. Allen has more talent in that body of his than Jalen Hurts will ever have as a passer. However, he doesn't apply it like Jalen Hurts. And where I'll make that comparison, Tom Brady doesn't have anything remotely close to the talent that Aaron Rodgers has. But Tom Brady's a better player. That's what Jalen is. Aaron Rodgers is a more gifted quarterback than Tom Brady. He's a more gifted quarterback. Brady wins more. Brady doesn't make critical mistakes. The difference between Jalen Hurts, Tom Brady, and Josh Allen and Aaron Rodgers, Brady and Hurts see the game better. They just see the game. Okay? Josh Allen makes incredible throws, and then the dumbest. It almost goes back to exactly the same thing that Jimmy Johnson said. This guy will make a poor mistake, and there's just too many of them. Buffalo's sitting at 5-5 right now. Dude, they're on the fringe of not making the playoffs. We'll see how this thing. You see, that guy could throw your Bills out of trouble, though. I mean, and quite frankly, outside of Diggs, you know, I would still say this to you, that Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow are probably the most important quarterbacks to their football team in the league. Why? Without those guys, those franchises are in the top 3 in picks. Cincinnati? Are you kidding me? They'll go back to the land of not being relevant again if Burrow's not in the building. They haven't been relevant in 30 years. Allen, before he showed up, they weren't relevant for 15 years. You could probably make the comment for Mahomes. Those guys are asked to do more than any quarterbacks in the league because of shitty organizations, poor decision-making at general manager. All of that plays into why you see the 2 best teams in the NFC, the San Francisco 49ers and the Eagles. Good front office, great personnel, and the personnel that wins. Now, let me show you how great San Francisco is. San Francisco is so great, they lost 3 first-round draft choices and are considered one of the best teams in the National Football League. Think about that for a minute. How many teams could withstand losing 3 number 1s and still be considered one of the best teams in the league? Teams don't overcome that. You don't overcome losing 3 1s in almost a decade of your future, and still you're in the room. Listen, I'm not going to debate it. Josh Allen is one of the most gifted passers in National Football League. He's just, in my opinion, the reckless play, he's got to correct that. You got to pull him off the ledge. You got to pull him off the ledge. Throwing into triple coverage? This is importance of coaching. Look at Russell Wilson on the other hand here. Look at Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson is like one of the top quarterbacks now in quarterback rating. Touchdown passes. I mean, Sean Payton has actually saved him. Look at how important coaching is. And if you wanted to trade him now, there's value to him. He saved him. Now, look, do I think the Broncos are a playoff team? I don't know. Prior to last night, I said no. Now, I mean, they're not winning games convincingly. They do have the Bills in Kansas City as wins on their schedule. More impressive wins than you have. I mean, well, Cowboys and Dolphins, Bills and Chiefs. You haven't beat the Chiefs in 2 tries, so we'll see what happens Monday night. Okay? We'll see what happens Monday night. It's pretty impressive. Do we need to give Brian Johnson more time to connect with Jalen more second half of the season coming up? Have we just been too impatient with Brian Johnson? I don't think just being an offensive coordinator is as easy as some of you think it is. I told you this was going to take time. Okay? I completely told you it was going to take time. And maybe what we're seeing with Peyton, you should apply that to your guy. And take a look at what's happened to Josh Allen since Brian Daboll's left the building. Brian Daboll doesn't have that arm talent that he had in Buffalo when he was up there. He's got Daniel Jones. He's got lesser talent. All that has to connect. You have to have a great quarterback with great talent and a great play caller. I know they fired Dorsey. I talked to Ken today. I told you prior to coming on, he's a hurricane. I know who he is. I know who Ken Dorsey is. Follows me on Twitter. We're boys. We've been friends for 25 years. I know who Ken Dorsey is. Okay? Yeah, they got a guy named DeVito up there, and Brian Daboll looks like shit as a play caller. You don't have the talent. Jimmy's and Joe's. That also applies to play calling. Both coordinators are using – now, Brian Johnson doesn't have an excuse, whereas I think the side does. Maybe what you should do is give this guy a little more latitude. All of us, including me. I want to get into Monday night's game a little bit here. And after what we saw last night, by the way, I want to show you this too. Look at all these great coaching with their win percentages. I heard people talking about win percentages. Nick Sirianni, 702. Kevin O'Connell, 679. Matt LaFleur, 650. Sean McDermott, 635. These guys are all great, man. Well, McDermott will be fired. LaFleur will be fired. O'Connell's doing a good job in Minnesota. Those are the top 4 guys. Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive list. Matt LaFleur, Kevin O'Connell, Nick Sirianni, and Sean McDermott. Yeah. Every one of those guys could be canned at any time. Oh, man. Don't forget, our friend Tone will be with us at 3:30. Mark Farcetta will be with us at 5:30. And let's get into the topics now. How many months has it been since the Super Bowl? How many months has it been since the Super Bowl? By the way, our top 10 quarterbacks and teams, as we do each and every single Tuesday. We'll do that here too as well. How many months has it been since the Super Bowl? It's been 9 months. Let me write that down. 9 months since Super Bowl 57. 9 months since Super Bowl 57. What have you done to close the gap between you and Kansas City in that 9 months? What have you done as an organization and the Eagles have done to close the gap with Kansas City? Kansas City got better since the Super Bowl. They got better as a team. As a 53-man unit, they got better. What did you do? What have you done to combat Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes? Here's a guy right here called Gaming going, Kansas City's offense is horrible. You're 0-2 versus that dude. And by the way, 2 years ago, he ran for 238 yards on you. Well, I can't even remember who that running back was. I can't even remember. Andy Reid ran for 238 yards, and they don't run the ball in Kansas City. I can't even remember who he was. They came into Lincoln Financial and ran the ball for over 230 yards on you. Both lines have improved? I don't think your offensive line has improved. I think it's actually not played up to snuff. I think Kansas City's lines have massively improved. What have you done to combat Patrick Mahomes? Jalen Carter will make the difference this time. Okay. Cam Jurgens will make no difference in this game on Monday night. Run defense is much improved. Okay. Kansas City's defense against the run is much improved than it was in the Super Bowl. Weren't they? What was their ranking going into? What was the ranking of the 2022 Kansas City defense going into that game? Let me just, for shits and giggles, I really don't know. I should have did some work here on that. What was the 2022 Kansas City Chiefs defense ranked? What were they ranked? Let's see here. What were they ranked in 2022? Their rankings. Thanks, Tone. Appreciate you doing that for me. They were 8th. I think they're better now. Because I think their secondary's better. Hurts and AJ's connection is much more improved. Yeah, but the connection with Devontae Smith has kind of taken a second seat. I don't think the connection. You think the connection with Devontae Smith has improved this year compared to a year ago? I don't. Wow, they were ranked 20th in 22. What's their ranking now, Tone? Can you help me on that one? In 23, what's their pass defense ranked? It's almost like carbon copy of the reverse of the Eagles, kind of, because last year the Eagles had a high pass defense, and this year they're at the bottom, one of the worst in the league. And last year, KC had one of the worst, and this year, KC, I think they're both corners are playing really good football, and I think they're one of the better units in the league right now. And my point is, what have you done to stop Mahomes? So Jalen Carter, even though you have lesser talent in your secondary and at linebacker, you think you have the same talent? Kansas City's pass defense is 5th. Their run defense is 17th. That won't matter because the Eagles don't run the ball anymore till the quarterback's healthy. Now, maybe coming off the bye, they get back into that. Maybe they do. Do I think the Eagles have capabilities of running the ball? Yeah. I think you got to run the ball against Kansas City on Monday night. But hey, we'll see what that plays out to be. Okay? Again, what have you done? You've downgraded your defense in the secondary and linebackers. You think you've done enough to even the match that you were outplayed when it mattered. Do you think you've closed the gap with your defense this year on Mahomes and Reed? Do you? Where? Jalen Carter. Sure. By the way, here's another kudo for you. I think you're starting to see Hassan Reddick again, which is scary for Mahomes. Okay? I think your pass rush is going to improve because he's getting healthier. And this is kind of where Brandon Graham kind of took off last year. Maybe through this stretch run, what the Eagles did was put him on a pitch count for this 5-game run here. That could easily be. Okay, that could easily be. Chiefs not going to the Super Bowl this year, Sills. That's funny, man. Hey, to beat a champ, you got to beat the champ, dude. You can't call yourself the champ until you beat the champ. Stop doing that. You're not the best team in the league until you beat the champ. Beat the champ. Then you get the belt. Eagles and their fans are calling themselves the champ without beating the champ. Typical. Sound like Cowboy fan. Beat the champ. All you can do with your crazy record that you have is call yourself the champ. You ain't beat the champ. 8-1, beat the champ. 8-1 don't make a champion, son. One of them phony-ass title belts you wear around your waist. Beat the champ. Beat the champ. 9 months ago, you got beat. And again, that's a trend, 2 in a row. That's a trend. Hey, here's the topic. Sue goes, we are 8-1, fact. And Kansas City's the reigning Super Bowl champion. Fact. And they're better this year than they were in the Super Bowl 9 months ago. Fact. Jalen won't make the same mistakes. I believe that. Look at me, goes by 3 points. Congratulations. Celebrating losing like true Cowboy fan. How are they better? They're the reigning Super Bowl champions. Beat the champs. You can't call yourself the best team in the league until you beat the best team in the league. Well, I got a better record than Muhammad Ali. Did you beat him? No. Beat the champ. Andy Reid has beat you 2 different ways in 2 straight years. Has he not? Ran the ball 1 year, and in the second half, you got your doorknobs out coached. Now, here's the topic. Nothing I've said's wrong. You're 8-1. Fact. The Chiefs are the champions. The reigning Super Bowl world champions and number 1 seed in the AFC right now. At the end of the day, your record doesn't matter because they're the top seed too. They're going to get home field advantage too. And they've done more than you over the last 5 years. Tell the beat the champs to Niner fans, Sills. Absolutely. Niner fans are like Cowboy fans. You guys haven't done anything since Steve Young. Okay? You haven't done anything since Steve Young. You don't get a championship ring for being 8-1. You get a champion. Oh, by the way, they're raising the flag, the Super Bowl flag on Monday night. Just so that tastes pretty good too, I bet. Denver beat Kansas City this year. Great. Denver is the champ because no. That team, until someone knocks them out of playoff contention, is the reigning Super Bowl champions. The number 1 seed in the AFC. That's who they are. Fact. And you lost to the Jets, who will be lucky to win 6 games this year. Do you want to play that game? Beat the champ. Let me now throw the topic at you. Since you haven't closed the gap in 9 months on the Chiefs, and the Chiefs team got better, I don't think you got better. I think one area of your football team you got better. Run defense. I think Kansas City got better in pass defense. I think Kansas City got better overall defense. That gives them margin of error because they get teams off the field. And by the way, that Denver loss doesn't look that bad now. And nor does that Lions loss. Yours looks horrible. If you want to start comparing, they lost to 2 teams. One's trending up, and the other one's the second seed in the NFC right now. You lost to the shitty Jets. Since you haven't done anything to close the gap on the world champions, will coaching, once again, like it was 9 months ago, be a factor Monday night for the Eagles versus the Chiefs? Do you think you have better coordinators right now than you did in that Super Bowl for Super Bowl 57? Shane Steichen's candidate for Coach of the Year. You got better coordinators. You think you have better coordinators right now than you did in the Super Bowl? I think Desai is a better coordinator than Gannon. And the reason I think he's a better coordinator than Gannon, thank you, Brandon, is because he's dealing with a lot of garbage in the secondary right now. You can't, and as much as all the Eagle media guys want to keep their key fob and their relationships with the Eagles, which I don't give a shit about, you're still like one of the worst pass defenses in the league. And you're playing a guy who in the fourth quarter took you apart with a play caller that outcoached you to a point where you should have took your headsets off. And the only reason the Chiefs stopped scoring was because the time ran out. You couldn't stop them. Will coaching, shit, in the Cowboy game, Brian Johnson almost cost you the game against the shitty Cowboys. Now, once again, we're here talking like this because you're right here. You are so close. This is opportunity Monday night. You're not going to rectify Super Bowl 57's loss. But you know what you could do? You could put a shot across the bow that you learned from that loss 9 months ago? Chiefs are the reigning Super Bowl champions. They've been the dominant team the last 5 years in the league. There's no question about that. Nobody has dominated the National Football League more than the Kansas City Chiefs have over the last 5.5 years, including you. The AFC title games, 2 Super Bowls, constantly in the conference title game, dictates that. Fact. It's a junior dynasty. Jay goes, if the Eagles win on Monday night, then what? I told you just 2 seconds ago. It's a shot across the bow that you have learned from what your mistakes were 9 months ago. That's what it means. Until someone knocks the Kansas City Chiefs out of playoff contention and the ability to repeat, they're still the reigning heavyweight champions in this league. Hey, guys, of all cities, I thought winning a title meant everything, not being 8-1. But I see that only applies to you and how you want to put a narrative out there. You're not the champs. You act like it. Kansas City is the champs. They are the team to beat. They have the best player in the league. They have the best play calling head coach. Facts. They beat you not once, 2 years in a row in different styles. They are the team to beat in this league. Until someone puts them to sleep. Fact. Fact. And I ask you again, answer the question. Will coaching play a factor Monday night? Do you think you have better coaches than Steve Spagnuolo and Andy Reid? Combined with the fact that that team is better than the team you've played 9 months ago. Let's do this. Let's make it even simpler. Is your football team this year better than the 2022 team? I think actually Kansas City's better than the Super Bowl team that played 9 months ago. The Jets beat Buffalo. Eagle. I'm not going down that road, Eagle. They're the reigning Super Bowl champions. You've lost 2 games in a row to them. Facts. I'm not lining up shit like you do for BCS football and college football. And Patrick Mahomes is doing it with nobody. Fact. Well, Kelsey's not a nobody. Okay? Look at this guy. Yepa goes like this. He doesn't think Kansas City's that good. Isn't that funny? They beat you 2 times in a row. And look at this guy, Steve. He doesn't think 8 quarters is a trend and the fact that they've beat you 2 different ways. And I'll coach you in both games. And one at your own place. One was a neutral site, not Arrowhead. This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen here. So you're telling me 8-1 matters more than Super Bowl 57's ring? Embarrassing. Most of you in here should be embarrassed the way you're talking right now. You should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed. 8-1 versus the team on Monday night means nothing. 5 years of excellence and greatness in Kansas City. It's not just 1 year. And they got better. You're literally just did by saying the Eagles lost to the Trash Jets, but lost to the Denver. whatever, Warrior, you have lost to the Kansas City Chiefs 2 times in a row, once on a neutral site, and you lost the Super Bowl. You haven't beaten them, but you want to take credit and call yourself the best team in the league when that team's the reigning Super Bowl champions. I knew that this would go here. You guys are embarrassing. Eagle fans, you should be embarrassed the way you're talking right now. That's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Are fans really sitting here justifying? Yes. Yes, Tone. Yes. That's why when Tone said yesterday, I want this game. I want this game. This will just be another stepping stone in what we need to do to get to Las Vegas. He has the right attitude. That is a gigantic stepping stone to you. You think that you are the best team in the league when that team for the last 5 years has outplayed you, outwon you, out-titled you, beat you 9 months ago, and you're justifying losing a Super Bowl and making 8-1 seem more than the title of Super Bowl 57. You're a joke. You are a joke. Nobody calls themselves paper titles when you haven't beat the champ. Every game they've played you, they've outcoached you. Now, let's do this. It's funny. Sue goes new season. That was just 9 months ago. 2023. Wasn't the Super Bowl in the 2023 year? I mean, I don't know how you read a calendar, Sue, but to me, the Super Bowl was in February. And that constitutes in 2023 on the Roman calendar, 2023, unless you from somewhere else like Mars. That's this year. The past. So do you think you improved your football team more this year than what the Kansas City Chiefs have? Do you think you're a better team? Do you think you're a better team than last year? Do you think you're a better team than last year's team right now? How about this? One more time. Answer the question. Do you think coaching will matter Monday night? Well, have you improved in coaching versus Kansas City? Have you improved your football team in the last 9 months? Roberto goes, I'm trolling when the reigning Super Bowl champions, you've lost 2 times in a row and on a neutral site. How in the hell is that trolling when those are blatant facts? Most of you in here today are losers. I can't believe you justify losing like this and don't see the big picture. This is what keeps the Eagles hungry. Is 57. Sills cut it out. Every city has jackasses for fans. That doesn't speak for us true fans. I know that. Second, we want Kansas. Put that up, please, Tone. That's the best comment made right now. That's the best, right? That is it. That is it. Not some of this other bullshit. This is it. Second, yes. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. You guys have listen. You guys have dethroned the Cowboys. They're a non-factor. I'm sorry. Cowboy fans, I know you're in here. I know you're in here. But you're dethroned. Until further notice, you're dethroned. You are not the best team or organization in the NFC East. And it's almost by a mile now. It's the Eagles. It's almost by a mile. Okay? A mile. A mile. You're going after bigger fish. Cowboys are in your rearview mirror. Kansas City's in the front window. And this is the question. I can't believe, Tone, I can't ask a question without people getting bent out of shape and asking and saying the dumbest shit on the planet by saying, do you think you've improved enough in 9 months that you could beat the reigning world champs and a team that's beat you twice in a row, once on a neutral site and in your own barn? And you find that to be trolling? I find that to be actual fact. You said if the Eagles win 10 or 11 games, they'll be a better team than what they were a year ago. Yeah, I did say that because it's schedule. KC's defense is much better, but one can argue KC's offense is worse than last year's. But I said this, Dirty D. I said the 53-man roster is better right now than it was a year ago because they got 2 units. Bring on this stretch of games. I want KC in Super Bowl 58. Cute. That's it. That's it. All these people who post these records and you're playing the world champs, Kansas City must be laughing at you, their fans. And not everybody does that. But when you bring those win percentages up and that coaching record up, and so Nick Sirianni's got a better coaching record right now and a better win percentage than Andy Reid. He's better? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's right, because it's panned out the last 2. Well, I know this. He's 0-2 versus Reid. Oh, man. Andy Reid's record versus Nick Sirianni with a chip in it, too. Hey, how about this? Hey, Nick's got such a great record. He's not only 2-0, but he's got a championship in one of those losses against your boy. How about that one, man? You think that went down a little extra hard? And not only is he 2-0, but he won a Super Bowl in one of those games. That's like swallowing a brick. Yeah. Yeah. Fantastic. Okay. Hey, last week, Sills, Dougie P. Again, Doug Peterson is a superior coach to your guy. He's changed cultures. He won a Super Bowl in Philly and changed the culture in Jacksonville. Yeah. Brian Dawkins said we're playing. Hey, Tone, can I get that super chat, please? You take Nick. I'll take Doug. You don't want. I don't want to fight about that one because I don't really think that there's anything to fight over. Brian Dawkins said we're playing ugly football right now. Spags has been with the Chiefs for 5 years. I don't have any chemistry in our coordinators. I thought last KC loss outside of Super Bowl 57 was with Doug. I could be wrong. It was not with Doug. It was in Lincoln Financial, and it was versus Sirianni. And Kansas City ran the ball for 230 yards on you. It was not Doug. Once again, have you done enough in 9 months to close the gap for Monday night's game? And what is that? Jalen Carter? Yeah, that absolutely. What have you done to stop Mahomes? What have you done to stop Patrick Mahomes? And you know what's crazy about Mahomes? He don't need A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. He don't need them dudes. This guy makes Jimmys and Joes look great. Our last KC loss was before Super Bowl 57 was with Reed. Really? You don't remember Andy Reid coming in to Lincoln Financial 2 years ago and losing or beating Nick Sirianni? Really? Wow. That's all I really need to know. That's all I really need to know. Okay. So look at this. Some Eagle fans in here actually have forgotten that game too. I'm actually, yeah. He has the greatest receiving tight end ever. Travis Kelce's not better than Gronkowski. Gronk's the greatest tight end ever to play in pro football. He's the greatest tight end. Okay? The greatest player ever to play at that position. Hands, blocking, separation, triple coverage. Gronk's the greatest. Bandwagons are chirping, Sills. Okay? You think Kelce is the same player Gronk is? Really? I do not. Okay? I do not. Okay? I don't even think he has better hands. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Gronk's got 4 Super Bowls or 3. I lost count after 2. Eagles lost to the Chiefs 42-30 and 21 and lost in the Super Bowl, both under Nick. Let's not change history. That's tone. Notorious. Some of the fans, some of the Eagle fans are notorious for changing history. Sounds like some political parties I know and our government. That's pretty standard, though, in today's society. Taking statues down and all that other shit. You want to try to change history. So it's the narrative of today's people, I guess. I'm here to correct you. I'm here to keep you on your rails and your toes. Now let's do this and underline it. What would a win on Monday mean for the Eagles? What would a win on Monday mean? Steve's look at Tone. Steve's like this. No, he's not. I'm not right. That Sirianni's 0-2 versus Andy Reid. Way to go, Steve. Keep firing, dog. Keep firing, kid. Put the league on notice. Like it. One step closer. Yes, sir. Okay? A win means Sills will shut up. Yeah. Oh, my God. Sue, I'd best comment in about 3 months. They'll be 9-1. That's probably the most realistic thing that anybody could say. Mahomes is a carbon copy of Brady. The Eagles can never beat Tom Brady either. This Kansas City Chiefs team is built like those New England teams. And death row, you know why you say that? Because when Brady was winning those Super Bowls, he never had an all-pro wide receiver or a Hall of Fame wide receiver. When he was winning Super Bowls, Tom Brady never played with one Hall of Fame wide receiver in his entire career in New England. Never played with one. Imagine that. He won 6 of them with kind of the same formula they got going on in Kansas City. And tight ends. Almost, really, it is a carbon copy. Oh, a top running back? Who? Sony Michel? Sony Michel's a top running back? Sony Michel won't see the inside of a Hall of Fame unless he buys a ticket. Randy Moss never won a Super Bowl in New England. Holy cow. Talk about, again, people trying to change history. Randy Moss never won a Super Bowl with Tom Brady. What is your problem? They never won a Super Bowl with Moss. Corey Dillon. Reaching pretty deep now. Corey Dillon and Sony Michel. Yeah. Corey Dillon's a good player. I'm not going to lie. His numbers really shocked me, actually. When it comes to Mahomes, it's partially true. Mahomes won with a Hall of Fame receiver in Tyreek Hill and won without him. More of his legacy is still to be ironed out. Yeah, but he also proves a point that he doesn't need a Hall of Fame wideout to win. He won one. It's like Brady saying, I don't need Belichick to win one. You know why he could say that? Because they did it. You can't debate it. You can only put your opinion on it. That's not debatable. They did it. Deion Branch is a Hall of Famer. Rob Gronkowski's a tight end, Dirty D. Again, Tom Brady never played with a Hall of Fame wide receiver in his entire time in New England. Deion Branch won the MVP in a Super Bowl, went to Seattle and bombed. Randy Moss. People trying to, hey, those are the same people. Welker and Edelman will never be Hall of Famers. Ever. Wes Welker and Julian Edelman, as fine as they played in the postseason, will never be Hall of Famers. When you got guys like Reggie Wayne and Mike Quick and some of these other guys still waiting to get in. He never played with one Hall of Fame. Wins for any team means nothing. Rings are everything. Never played with or never won a Super Bowl with. I said Tom Brady never won a Super Bowl with a Hall of Fame wide receiver. That's what I said 10 times. Ten times. And Mahomes never really needed Tyreek Hill. He proved it. Oh, by the way, threw for 5,400 yards. Actually, had a career year last year without Hill. And won a Super Bowl. No, you did not say that. You said play. No, I did not. Wrong, Jay. Tom Brady never won a Super Bowl with a Hall of Fame wide receiver in New England. I said it 11 times. Okay. You know how I know I didn't? Because I know this. Seals, you were saying both. Just being honest, you probably did. Okay. Tom Brady never played in New England with a Hall of Fame wide receiver and won a Super Bowl. Ever. Jesus Christ almighty. I mean it. There are people in here that want to change the narrative because you think you're the best team in the league, and that team Monday night has beaten you twice in a row. First, you tried to tell me that Nick Sirianni wasn't the guy that was in 21 when you lost to him. Now you're trying to tell me you're better than a team that owns the chip, which is insane. And you know better that Brady never played with a Hall of Fame wideout in New England and won a Super Bowl with. You know this. But you want to try to change history, which many people doing today, and I get it, because most people are weak. And the question became that I asked you, have you done here, let's back all this up. Have you done enough since that Super Bowl in Super Bowl 57 to close the gap on Mahomes and Andy Reid? Have you done enough? How many defensive players in those Super? I didn't debate that. How are you taking credit for calling yourself the best team in the league now when the team that's beaten you 2 years in a row and a Super Bowl, and you're crowing about being the best team in the NFL right now when you haven't beaten him? How are you doing that? What are you justifying it on? You've got the reigning MVP and Super Bowl MVP coming up on Monday, and you got a defense that's been improved since the Super Bowl. How have you improved? Jalen Carter? Okay. Records are like math. Records don't mean Super Bowls. Because we have the best here. Because we have the best record in the league. He thinks he's the best. I know you're not debating that, Sills. I was asking. I'm not worried about those other. It's okay. Look. I know that there's a lot of crowing going on, and everybody's cheerleading, and everybody's got the pom poms up, and everyone's going crazy about 8-1, which is awesome. It really is. But at the end of the day, once again, the team that is the champion and the reigning Super Bowl champion with the reigning Super Bowl MVP, with who outplayed you. He outplayed Jalen Hurts, did he not? Let's do this. Brady and Mahomes both won with Hall of Fame tight ends. Great. Fact. Okay. Did Jalen Hurts get outplayed in that Super Bowl 57 by Mahomes? Yes or no? Watch this one. Watch this one. Watch this one. You want to see pathetic? William, no. Watch this one. Did Mahomes outplay Hurts in the Super Bowl? Yes or no? Hurts outplayed him. 2. This is 9 months ago. No. Yes. 5. Yes. So that means you think Dak outplayed Jalen in that Cowboy game, right? Which I don't. I don't really think it was a debate. I think Jalen Hurts outplayed Dak Prescott in that last Cowboy game, and I don't really think it was a debate. But he threw for 300, what was it, 74 yards? I don't think he outplayed Jalen. I do not. Jalen made the critical plays when it mattered the most. He completely outplayed Dak. But Dak had more yards. Okay. Jalen gets the W and made critical plays when it mattered the most against the Cowboys. So with you guys' philosophy, some of you in here, most of you in here, you think Dak outplayed Jalen, right? No wonder there's an element out there right now that thinks that Dak Prescott's an MVP candidate, which I do not. Wow. How come some of you can't apply your own metrics to your own thinking? Jalen outplayed Mahomes. No, he didn't. Dak didn't outplay Jalen. Actually, Jalen Hurts looked more like Mahomes in that Cowboy game. Mahomes was average. Well, if average is 2 Super Bowl rings, a Super Bowl MVP, and 5 AFC championship appearances, I'll take average every night. I'll take average every night. Dak outplayed Jalen Hurts. This guy thinks, V3 thinks that Dak outplayed Jalen in that Cowboy game. Being stopped short of the goal line, not getting those critical plays across, and he thinks he outplayed Jalen Hurts. What? Oh, yeah. Now, here's another guy going to start blaming the turf. Chiefs played on that turf, too, in Arizona, didn't they? Or what'd they do? Roll out another field. Man. Holy cow. Okay. Holy cow. How many yards did Mahomes throw for? How many yards did Dak throw for? So you go by yards when you talk about someone outplaying someone? Or do you go by the plays that matter the most to win games? You see that right here? This guy goes by stats. Who had the most yards? I go by the guy who made the critical play at the critical moment. We saw it last night. That Sutton catch in the back of the end zone was maybe the play of the year. I wasn't trying to argue with you earlier. I was clarifying Mahomes played better than Hurts in the Super Bowl, like Hurts played better than Dak too. Totally, Q. Totally. Absolutely. And get what, Brian? All he needed was 182 to beat you. Just like Jalen needed 200 yards. Stats? I asked you who outplayed who. You're paid on stats. His quarterback rate. What was his quarterback rating? A Super Bowl win. That's what his quarterback rating was. Someone always asked what's his name? Terry Bradshaw what his QBR rating was. You know what Jimmy Johnson does on that NFL desk? 4-0. That's Bradshaw's quarterback rating. 4-0. Top 10 teams, top 10 quarterbacks. We're going to do that. MVP race. We got a ton of stuff. My good friend Tone's going to join us at 3:30 Eastern time. But do not forget our great friends at Hooters. And you get an opportunity to win yourself some gift certificates and some merchandise. Tone will throw out a code word throughout these next couple hours here. All you have to do is identify it, email us, dansilioshow@gmail.com, and you may hear your name called on a football Monday. And you could win yourself an opportunity to get those gift certificates. Fantastic stuff. I mean, we're so proud to be part of Happy Wingsgiving from our friends at Hooters. Don't forget, the iconic Hooter girls want to thank all of you for going into all the locations from Rhode Island through Jersey all the way down to King of Prussia. You guys get a chance to see all the great specials like Coors Light drafts, $2.99, 25 cents of the purchases goes to local charities. The 2024 calendars are out. 9 of the girls, by the way, in the Northeast area are featured in the calendar. Go to northeasthooters.com. That's northeasthooters.com. Lunch specials, Monday through Friday, 11:30 to P. Boneless wings. Wing Wednesdays, 1983. All you can eat. Military Mondays for our great men and women that have served this country. 20% off all day for our great military folks. That's northeasthooters.com. Northeasthooters.com. When you roll into any one of them, tell them Big Sil sent you.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
My name is Dr. Bruce Grossinger, and I'm the medical director of Philadelphia PRP and Stem Cell Institute. I'm reaching out to those who suffer from spine and joint pain. We use treatment methods that require no surgery, no scalpel, no drugs.
Running, walking, or whatever your desires are, Dr. Grossinger is where you need to come.
You can benefit from the same PRP and stem cell treatment as Wilbert Montgomery. Call us now at 610-222-5675.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most, to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Product of coaching. I really love what Sean Payton is now doing, and I didn't see it. It just shows you a little bit, too, that sometimes there's a rush to judgment on things, and you don't allow things just to sit back and see how it plays out a little bit, like many of you here with your 8-1s. Interesting. So get this, Russell Wilson's only on pace to throw for 3,400 yards this year. Yet 34 touchdowns and 8 picks, 68 quarterback percentage completion, and 104. What does it tell you? He's keeping him out of high turnover plays. He doesn't want him making high turnover down the field throws. And that's coaching. It's connecting. It's a slow process of how you quarterback and your play caller work together. And it made me think about how the Eagles were trying to throw the ball down the field more early instead of intermediate passes, and to progressively get the offense. If you wanted to turn it into a passing and a pass-happy offense, maybe you should have went with more conditioned routes that were conducive to less turnovers. I thought wins weren't a quarterback stat. Seems like you're switching up the argument. No, Super Bowls matter, and wins when you beat them 2 in a row. They're the reigning champions, guy. Stop celebrating silver medals. I'm talking about the champion of the league, the dominant team for 5 years. You're talking to me about celebrating down in your basement with your made-up medal around your neck. Give me a break. You're nowhere near that Kansas City production of what they've done for the last 6 years. My God. They have been to the last 5 AFC championship games with 2 Super Bowls. The guy's the reigning double win. Super Bowl MVP, regular season MVP. What are you talking about? 8-1? Take it. I'll take what the Chiefs have done. Jesus criminy. Dude, I'm going to move off that because it's embarrassing. You embarrass yourselves. Can we admit Josh Allen is... No, he's not trash. Your Super Bowl team lost to a team that got 70 put on them, okay? And you lost to the Jets, who won't win 6 games. Again, where I was, Russell Wilson is being coached correctly here. You know, it kind of goes back to a little bit on how Bill Walsh told me how they developed Montana. Early in Joe Montana's career, they would roll him right, and they gave him only half the field to manage. And then as Joe saw more of the field, that's when they made him a 7-step guy. Because if you look at early on Joe rolled right a lot. The catch in the back of the end zone was rolling right when he hit Clark in the back of the end zone over Everson Walls in the NFC title game to beat the Cowboys. That was rolling right. And Walsh told me years ago, when you have a young quarterback, you don't want to put him in high turnover. And that's kind of what Dorsey did last. And it's decision-making by Allen right now that's a problem. He needs better coaching. He really does. Coaching matters. Look at Russell Wilson is a prime example of it. Nathaniel Hackett is giving the same advice that he gave to Russell Wilson a year ago to Zach Wilson. You think Zach Wilson has a chance of really becoming a good quarterback with Nathaniel Hackett on what he did even with Russell Wilson last year? How is that fundamentally? Nathaniel Hackett ran Russell Wilson into the ground, and now he's got Zach Wilson. You think Zach Wilson has any shot at being developed as a quarterback with the Jets? No. Now he's got Sean Payton. Payton's keeping him, these yards tell you that. They're keeping him out of high turnover plays, not the plus 25 play. That, like I said, that pass in the back of the end zone was the pass of the year. I couldn't believe Sutton got his feet down. Are the Chiefs now your Super Bowl pick? No, I'm not doing that. No. Why would I? No one's eliminated. I'm still sticking with Dallas and Buffalo. No. I am not. Why would I change that up? I don't think Dorsey's a bad coach. Have we considered Allen may not be taking to the coaching like he used when he was younger and more green? No, I think it's Dable. Could Allen be growing to be uncoachable, or is it? I know, because now we're coming up with a narrative that he's uncoachable. Where did that come? And then I'm not saying, Tone, that you're indicting him on that. But that's what some people would start indicting him on, that he's uncoachable because he got a coach fired. When the coaches may not be good enough, like Nathaniel Hackett. I mean, that's how you create narratives on guys. He's uncoachable like he did with Wentz. Who says that he's uncoachable? And again, Tone, I'm not saying you are. Okay? Even before the show started, Ken Dorsey, who I've known for 25 years, loves the kid. Kid called apologizing, was almost crying. He was emotional. Okay? Nothing even remotely close to that. Okay? But that's how you create a narrative. When you get enough people saying a lie, the lie becomes reality. Even without knowing the facts behind someone. Take it from me. I like what's going on here, man. By the way, Sean Payton may have righted the ship in Denver. Do I think that that's a playoff team? Are they beating teams convincingly? No. But it's getting better. And they got wins against Buffalo and Kansas City on their resume. Interesting. Denver's getting better. And Patrick Surtain, like I said in the open, that kid's a baller. Rodgers had an MVP with Hackett, or was it in spite of him? Do you actually think that Nathaniel Hackett, if he called the play, Rodgers wouldn't change it? When you're Aaron Rodgers, you got four MVPs and a Super Bowl championship, and an MVP in a Super Bowl. You have equity to pretty much do what you want. Aaron Rodgers has more MVPs than Tom Brady. Okay? Look at LJ. That's a limb. Eagles win by double digits against a team that beat them 9 months ago. And you think you've closed the gap coaching-wise and talent-wise. That's, I didn't answer that from the last. I didn't answer that from the last hour. Do I think they've closed the gap in coaching to Steve Spagnuolo and Andy Reid? No. Do I think they've closed a talent gap? Actually, you widened it in your secondary. Your run defense, though, could be a factor on Monday night. I do believe that. But you know what Mahomes will do? He'll go to those short dump passes so that instead of running the ball, they'll throw those 2-yard little pitch and catches. Because why? You play off the ball. I think Patrick Mahomes goes for 450 yards on you Monday night. Why would I say that? Because the way you play pitch and catch. If Sam Howell can throw for 700 yards and 70% completion percentage in 2 games against you, what's the reigning MVP and Super Bowl reigning MVP going to do to you on Monday night? Now, you know what's smart with him compared to Allen? He'll do what's ever conducive to winning. He may only have to throw the ball 125 times to beat you. He may have to throw the ball 350 times to beat you. Andy Reid will know that. You know why? He's a sensational play caller. Brian Johnson versus that play caller and that head. Andy Reid's going to Canton. And he's still kind of in his prime. He's a play calling genius. He's going to Canton. And how you know he's a genius? McNabb 5 conference title games. Mahomes 5 conference title games. Super Bowl appearance, NFC champion. How many is that? 10 conference title appearances. 1, 2, 4 conference championship rings and 2 Super Bowls. Shit. You're talking Don Shula shit. That's insane. Great. And in an era of Belichick, that's insane great. I like what they're doing. Let me do this. Let me put the top 10 teams up. I do this each and every single Tuesday. And I'm not going to do this one here. I'm going to change it. Because I think that I don't believe that metric's fair. Here are my top 10 teams that I do every Tuesday. Number 10, I got the Seattle Seahawks. One of the best coaching jobs this year is by Pete Carroll. Geno Smith has done it 2 years in a row now. It's coaching. They've improved their defense. They improved their run game. They need to get a little more out of their wideouts. I like the way that John Schneider and Pete work together on bringing personnel in. You know, everyone's going like this. Well, Howie Roseman is the best general manager. What's he done more than John Schneider? They both got a Super Bowl ring. And this guy changed the entire franchise around moving off of Wilson with Geno Smith. That's not Jalen Hurts up there. John Schneider's a hell of a general manager. Number 9, I got the Jags here. Overall body of work, 6-3. Doug Peterson changing culture. Wasn't a very good game against the Niners. Niners are one of the best teams, if not the second best team in the National Football League. Really a great job by Doug in Jacksonville. You should call that Shitsville. They're the Shitsville Jags. And Doug has, without a doubt, changed that culture around down there. Number 8, got to give it to Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski, because not only is the Russell Wilson deal looking like it's panning out, but maybe Deshaun Watson, if he rights this ship like he did in that second half this last weekend against Baltimore, in Baltimore, the Browns could win that North. I got them 8. I'm suspect here on this team. And I've got the Miami Dolphins here. I don't know why. Maybe because of record, what they're doing. I like the coach. Of all the teams in here, these next 2 teams, I have a problem with them being in my top 10. It feels a little dirty, but I got the Miami Dolphins here at 7. I can't put the Chargers in. I can't put the Bengals in right now. I mean, right? I mean, Bengals, maybe do I feel better record-wise? They're not there with Miami. Do I feel better about them than Miami? I don't know. And they're in the tougher division. If the Bengals were in the AFC East, they'd be winning it. I got the Cowboys at 6. Damn. If the Cowboys were in the AFC North, they'd be in last place. they'd be in last place. But I got them 6 here because they're in the NFC. I got Baltimore 5. I think that if they get into the playoffs and they get the right matchups, they can win it all. Okay? They need a right matchup for them to win this thing. I think they're a great matchup against certain teams, and I don't think they're a very good matchup against other teams. But if they get into the playoffs, I think they could be a very difficult team to deal with. Ravens lost last week, guys. So what? This is a body of work. This is not a college football poll. The NFL has nothing to do with college football. This is about weekly matchups. Wow. I can't believe how many non-football people we have in this place. I got Detroit 4. Did the win over the Chargers make me do this? No. But they're 7-2. I was going to do something because I listened to the media here, and I'm not going to do it. There's people saying, when healthy, San Francisco is the best team in the league. Well, sorry, dude. That's part of this. You don't get theory. Are you right now the best team in the league? I think the top 3 teams are like here. Right there. I got San Francisco 3rd. Number 2, I have the Eagles here. Why? You want to beat champ? Beat the champ. Until Kansas City's dead and roadkill. And they don't have a chance to repeat. And they got better. 8-1 versus a Super Bowl ring. Have at it. Have at it. Kansas City, number 1. Seattle, Jacksonville, Cleveland, Miami, Dallas, Baltimore, Detroit 4, San Francisco 3. You don't get extra credit for having guys out and losing 3 straight. And then a theory, you're the best. Eagles and Kansas City. All right. Let's bring my friend Tone in here. Segment.
Ooh, they got you fired up today, huh, Sills?
Yeah, because people want to try to change narratives, man. They were trying to change the narrative earlier that Nick Sirianni didn't lose to Andy Reid in 2021.
Yeah, that was wild. When I saw that, I was like, no, come on now. We all know how that game went.
And what was crazy about that game, Tone, he ran for 200 yards.
Yeah, man. That was when they had Charles Edwards-Helaire, the guy from LSU.
They still got him there?
I don't even know, but I know Pacheco's taking over as the lead back. So if he's there, he's probably a 2 or 3. But it's all about Pacheco there now, and they're just cycling through running backs and receivers. They don't really care who's out there as long as Mahomes is healthy. They think they can beat anybody. So
let me ask you the topic question: will coaching be a factor on Monday night for the Eagles versus the Chiefs?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, coaching is a factor in every game. I mean, it's one of those things where the reality is,
have you closed the gap in coaching?
I don't think. Oh, the gap in coaching. I mean, no, because Spagnuolo is still, Spags is still there. Reed is still there. Now, Bieniemy left. That's I think
I didn't factor that. You're right.
I think we're seeing that, but I think Spags is better than Desai right now. The guy in Kansas City, I have questions about him. I don't know who he is.
Matt Nagy.
Matt Nagy? I don't know. Matt Nagy.
But Reed calls the plays.
Oh, yeah. Andy Reid calls the play. Okay, so yeah, bottom line is they haven't closed the gap in coaching. No, they haven't. They haven't. Because you still have these very green guys in Philly and Brian Johnson and Sean Desai versus Spags, who's one of the best, Andy Reid, one of the best. You know what I mean? So it's kind of hard to say they closed the gap in coaching. Now, to your other question, when it came to did they close the gap at all in terms of 53-man roster versus 53-man roster, I'm willing to argue that the gap hasn't necessarily moved. If there was one, I don't think the gap's even moved because
you don't think Kansas City's gotten better defensively.
No, I'm not denying that they haven't. But what I'm also willing to say is I think AJ Brown's gotten better. I think Jalen Hurts has gotten better. I think the Eagles' defensive line has gotten better.
Their secondary's gotten worse.
That is very true. In terms of production, they've definitely gotten
and
worse.
I think the linebacking got worse.
I think the linebackers have gotten inconsistent. It's hard for me to really fully indict the whole linebacker core because they've been trying so hard to force feed us Nakobe Dean. I think the linebackers right now, we're going to find out from this point forward if they've gotten better or worse because they've been good at when it came to Nicholas Morrow and Zach Cunningham. Things fell off the rails when they kept trying to force feed us Nakobe Dean. But I am willing to say though, I don't think the gap has moved per se. Because KC has taken a hit on offense and they've taken a hit as far as coaching goes. But they have gotten better on defense. I will admit that for sure.
You think these linebackers are going to cover for 276 tackles that you had a year ago?
No, but tackles per se doesn't necessarily equate to how good you are. I mean,
they were number 2 in the NFL in defense last year.
Who? Oh, you're talking about the Eagles?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they were. That was pass defense. They were number 2 as far as pass defense.
What were they were ranking overall?
Overall, I gotta look. Let me double check.
I thought they were one or two. I thought they were in the top 5. Because their pass defense was number 2.
They were top 5, I think. Let me double check though. I got it right here. Give me 1 second.
See, this is where I go with Kansas City here, Tone. Kansas City, in my opinion, you say that on offense. I think as a 53-man roster, they've gotten better since Super Bowl 57. Have the Eagles. Their corners have gotten better. Their defense have gotten better. Their rush defense and pass defense, they were 20th, like you said, a year ago. They're now 5th. I mean, Kansas City's gotten better.
Their pass defense has gotten a little better, and their run defense has gotten a little better as well. They moved up a few places for sure. Let me see. Let me answer your first question though about overall. So total yards. Let me see. I heard it is opponent yards per game. All right. So 2022 Philadelphia Eagles. They were wow. So in terms of total yardage, and that's including passing and rushing, the Eagles were ranked number 1 at 292.8. And the 49ers were 299.
Give up 300 yards is still in today's NFL be number 1.
That's insane. Now let me look at this year in totality, 2023. So the Eagles went from being number 1 in total defense. They went from being number 1 in 2022. They've fallen to 14th. They're giving up about 23 to 25 more yards per game. So I mean, see, stats and rankings are so funny because what's 25 yards
in a game of inches?
That's a good point. That's a very good point.
And hey, ask the Cowboys if inches mattered in that game.
That's a very good point.
2 weeks ago, okay?
Hey, ain't got an argument from me, man.
I say this to people: the difference between a 7-10 team and a 10-7 team is probably 25 plays.
Right, that's a good point. That's a very good point. It is a game of inches. Those 25 yards can make all the difference, right? So yeah,
like the Cowboys.
That's a very good point.
All they needed was a few inches.
All they needed was 6 yards.
How about those inches that you get on that brotherly shove?
That's a good point. That's a very good point.
That's inches too, right?
No argument from me. That's a very good point.
Okay, so my point is that I think Kansas City got a little better, and I look here. Has Jalen Hurts gotten better since the Super Bowl? Hey, before I go there with that, at what point do we point to Kansas City's schedule and ask, who have they played? Well, quite frankly, who have you played until this next 5-game run? But again, I don't like doing that because you dismiss the whole body of work, and I'm not going there. We're going to find out over the next 5, even with Kansas City here, on what we're going to see here. Isn't it funny, Tone, that I think that Dak Prescott completely got outplayed in that game against Dak Prescott by Jalen Hurts, and yet people want to turn that metric around and go, Hurts outplayed Mahomes in Super Bowl 57.
He
And I
lost.
go like this.
He
Mahomes
lost.
made the plays late in the game that mattered the most, that won the game. Isn't that the metric? And the only metric that you have, I didn't really think that it was close between Dak and Jalen in that Cowboy game.
Yeah, the bottom line is this. Just how Dak Prescott lost, Jalen Hurts lost. So, in my opinion, if you lose the game, you did not play anybody. You lost. That's how my mind works, right? Listen, at the end of the day, I can say I make a better banana pudding than you, but guess what? Who won first place, me or you? You. So it's like, you know what I mean? So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter like what you think. It doesn't matter what you think happened. What did happen? We lost. And all he needed was 195 yards to beat us in the air. That's all he needed. Just how Jalen Hurts only needed 200, 215, however many he had. So look, I'm not of that. I'm not one of those guys that's just going to sit here and say, you know what? He outplayed them. You know, I don't want any consolation prizes. That doesn't make me feel good. He outplayed them, but why did we lose then if that was the case? So it's just, you know, I understand a lot more has to happen. Jalen Hurts did he did tie the game, put them in position to potentially win it. But overall, look, Mahomes may just like you said, it's a game of inches. You know, the difference between a Super Bowl champion and Super Bowl 57 was about a drive or maybe a few plays. You know what I mean? That's the nature of the game. You know,
ask the Titans if a game of inches mattered in the Super Bowl against the Rams.
What was it? 2000 or 2001? What year was that?
Yeah, against the Titans, right? Remember he's reaching out?
He was that close.
That close to putting it over the end zone to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, so I mean, look, as much as it hurts, as much as we like to go, as much as we like to jaw jack and go back and forth, the reality is Jalen Hurts and the Eagles lost that game. I can't sit here and say he outplayed anybody. He lost.
I think that game does matter come
He
Monday.
played well, but he lost. He played well, but he lost.
That game does matter come Monday. Now, I'll explain here in a second. But let me ask you this, Tone, for you and for Eagle fans. Is it Super Bowl or bust?
This season?
Yeah.
I mean, for me, it's Super Bowl or bust in any season. It's definitely Super Bowl bust this season.
Wait a minute. You better make sure you quantify that because some people in here don't believe that.
Well, they must love being happy with second place, third place. They must love participation trophies. I'll tell you that. Listen, man, I was always taught if you're not getting better, you're getting worse. If you're not producing, you're failing. You know, if you're not living, you know, if you're not doing what you're supposed to do as a man, you're failing. So regardless of what you think you're doing, what did you do? And the reality is, I'm all about Super Bowls, man. I'm not here to debate stats with people. It's fun, but I don't care about that. I care about the Eagles winning a Super Bowl. Simple as that. So I can have a solid 6 to 8 months of talking shit. That's all I care about. That's all I care about.
Time in your life must be the off season.
Oh yeah, without a doubt, man. Because all the idiots fall into obscurity, and I'm able to just sit back and relax. Like it's just.
You must enjoy the draft and stuff like that and all that and free agency and that because, again, it's no one-loss kind of deal there, but it's about building the roster. And
listen, I hate losing. And I will never be comfortable with losing in any capacity. I don't care who put up how many yards, how many catches, what records they broke. I don't like losing. So I say that to say it's Super Bowl or bust for the Philadelphia Eagles. And beating the Chiefs on Monday, which I think we will be the perfect measuring stick to find out where we are.
Okay, we'll go there. Beating the Chiefs means what to you on Monday if you do beat them?
It means damn near everything. Because it tells me, okay, so we can beat them. If we see them again, I know what's possible. You don't know what's possible until it happens. So if we do beat them, however it looks, I don't care if it's about 3. I don't care if it's about 1 point. If we beat them, that tells me, okay, we can actually ruin their day on Super Bowl Sunday. So that's where I'm at with it, right? Now, obviously, the 49ers game means more in the grand scheme of things. It means more. It has more value to our overall goal. But beating the Chiefs, at least for me, I can say to myself, you know what? We actually can beat that team. You know, it makes Super Bowl 57 land a little softer for me. I'll be honest. Listen, my emotional answer, the Chiefs is the bigger game. My logical answer, the 49ers is the bigger game. That's where I'm at.
Q, I hear you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you for doing that for us. We always appreciate your input there. Thank you again for
Thanks, Q.
doing
Appreciate
that.
it,
They're
man.
Super Bowl or bust. I can't believe I forgot the Eagles-Chiefs game in 2021. I don't know why. That's okay, because you know why? Good, passionate fans have amnesia. It's okay, Q. What I was trying to do was put things in perspective for you here. And what Tone just said is the key on how you get greater. Because here is exactly what the Cowboys think of you, Tone. The Cowboys think this of you. I can hang with you. You're talking about going, hey, I can beat them.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with it.
The champs. Look at the difference in mental state. Hey, I can hang with Philly. And the Eagles are now going to go, if they win Monday, we beat them.
I'm not trying to hang around. Listen,
We can beat anybody, because right now you have not proven you can beat everybody. Because
exactly.
you're 0-2 versus KC.
Exactly. And look, I'll put it to you this way. To your point about the whole Cowboys trying to hang with the Eagles, look, I'm not trying to hang with anybody, okay? I'm not here to make friends. I'm not here to hang out and braid each other's hair. I'm here to whoop your ass. So therefore, I'm not trying to hang with nobody. I'm trying to beat you into submission.
Hey, Tone, this is what I tell my Canes guys. If you're looking to play in the Sun Bowl, count me out. I'm looking to play in the national championship game. I'm not looking to play in the Sun Bowl.
Listen, man.
Big Sills don't play in December Bowls.
Exactly. Listen, it's
I'm
so
looking
funny.
for titles, dog.
It's so funny, right? Who I am in real life kind of translates to how I look at football. You know, my wife gets on me all the time about how I'm never satisfied with anything that I do, anything.
That's a winner's mentality.
And you know,
but you're miserable.
You know what's so funny? She asked me the other day. She asked me, Tone, are you happy? And you know, not in our marriage. I'm very happy in my marriage. More so, just like, am I a happy person? You know what I mean? And I had to really ask myself, am I happy? And I said to her, I'm like, no, I'm not. And I don't know if I ever will be, because I'm too obsessed with being better. I'm too obsessed with the next thing. I'm never satisfied with anything that I do, anything that I say. I want more. I want more. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you, as an older man than you, my wife goes like this to me. Jesus Christ, me. Every day you're miserable. You're upset with something. Something aggravates you. Don't you ever look up and look at the things you've accomplished in your life and just go like this? Wow, man, I really did all those. And you know what? I go, no. Because that's, to me, when you start saying that you ran through the finish line.
There is no finish line.
And it's time to take a knee. And I tell people all the time, the great ones don't have a finish line. They never run through the tape. They're never satisfied with anything in their lives. And that's why, look, Michael Jordan, miserable. Okay? Tiger Woods, miserable. All these, Muhammad Ali was an outlier because he was so different. And Ali was the greatest athlete in the history of athletes. And he was an underachiever, believe it or not. I mean, an underachiever because he did everything. But he was two different people. So he was different, but he was odd. Most of the people in life that are successful like that are miserable humans.
The finish line.
They're just miserable.
The finish line is death.
Look at Jordan.
The finish line is
Jordan
death.
holds grudges against Isaiah Thomas 30 years after they played.
For not shaking his hand.
Kept him off the dream team, called him an asshole on The Last Dance, and these guys are in their 60s.
The finish line is death, Sills.
It is. Hey, all right, let's do this. What are the Eagles going to do differently in this game that they didn't do in Super Bowl 57 on Monday night?
The common denominator in both those Chief losses was the running game. That was the common denominator. They allowed north of 200 yards in the first matchup in 2021. They allowed north of 150 yards in the Super Bowl. I personally believe that the Philadelphia Eagles, if they would have held the Chiefs to under 100 yards rushing, they win that game. But then that's revisionist history. They didn't. But the reality is, I think the common denominator is always, because Mahomes is always going to be Mahomes. He's always going to be him, right? But can you make him work a little harder than he wants to? Can you put him in situations where, okay, he has to win every single third down?
I think you got to move him around.
Can you move him around? Can you get him off his spots? Can you keep him in third and long situations? Again, can you make him work harder than he wants to? Because again, their passing game wasn't the sharpest in the first half, but their running game allowed them to chip away, kept them afloat. I think the common denominator in all those games was the run game. The Philadelphia Eagles are the best rushing defense in the NFL right now. I think this is going to be one of those games where Patrick Mahomes has to throw for damn near 350 yards to win this game. If the Eagles can find a way to make him uncomfortable and keep their running game a non-factor, then they can singularly focus on just trying to prevent defense and keep everything in front of them. Because I think this is going to be one of those games where you got to just make sure you got more points than the Chiefs when the clock runs out. They're not going to stop coming. But you got to make sure you're ahead when the clock runs out.
I think what they wanted to do in 57, I think that they wanted, because they were down, what was it, 17 at the half or something like that, 10 at the half?
They were down like 10.
10 at the half. I think they look at it like this. Let's get them in the fourth quarter, and we'll beat them in the fourth quarter. And that's why I told you, ever since you've been working on the show, that's the greatest I've ever seen Andy Reid going into halftime and clock management, and his clock management with 2 minutes left in the game. Yeah. He was never that good.
He always sucked at that. He
was never that good in Philly.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting it to to rear its ugly head in Super Bowl.
Me too,
but
it didn't. It was his best coaching job. I thought that was the best coaching job that he has ever done.
It was his best game ever. It was his best coach game ever, easily.
What do the Eagles defense have to do to slow Mahomes down?
Well, I mentioned it, right? Limit the run game.
Okay, but no. Let's do the other side.
Right.
What do the Eagles on offense have to do to Kansas City's defense?
Well, Kansas City's offense, they play fast. They play fast. They play downhill.
Tempo.
And yeah, they play very well. Yeah, Kansas City's defense, they play very fast, and they do it. Their corners are fearless. Their corners are not afraid to play close to the line of scrimmage. So I think what the Eagles need to do, they need to get their zone run. They need to get their outside running going, their zone run schemes going, right? They need to find a way to get to the edges, force those linebackers, force those guys to go lateral. You know what I mean? Slow that pass rush down. And then you can knock them off over the top. Because I don't think from a physical perspective, the Kansas City corners can hang with like A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. I don't think so. So I think it's going to be important.
Did they last year?
Last year, well, no, they didn't stop. They didn't stop neither of those guys. Both of those guys had, I think, 100 yards and a touchdown in the Super Bowl. So they didn't necessarily stop either of those guys, really. And Dallas Goedert did what he did. So I think they got to get the run game involved too. They got to get the run game involved. The Chiefs, as good as they are on defense, they're not as strong in the run game, or let me just say they're not as consistent. So if you can get your running game going even a little bit, matter of fact, a similar game plan they did.
They failed on the run game because Sanders put the ball on the carpet.
Yep.
And
a similar game plan to the Cowboys.
They bailed on it, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They did. I think the game plan shouldn't actually be too much different than the Cowboys game plan. It doesn't have to be a shootout. It doesn't have to be. All you have to do is make sure you take advantage of every opportunity you have on the side of the ball. Move the chains, control time of possession, stick to your run game. I wouldn't be surprised if Jalen Hurts only throws the ball like 28 times in this game. I wouldn't be surprised.
Was Goddard a factor in 57?
Yeah. He had like 2 or 3 crucial third down, fourth down catches. Definitely. He was
he made some hurt him not being there Monday night?
Oh, sure. Yeah, losing Goddard definitely hurts. But after Goddard, I don't think they had an answer for anybody. You know what I mean? So you had AJ, you had Smith. Once you lost Goddard, who else did you have after that? Not Quez. So I think they ran out of passing options outside of AJ Brown and Devontae Smith. Now they have Swift who can catch the ball at the backfield. They have Julio Jones, who may not have the same explosion, but in short yardage situations, I still trust his technique. I still trust his hands. I trust his ability to get open. Again, it may not have the same speed, but I trust his natural God-given ability to be able to create and make things happen. So AJ Brown, Smith, Julio Jones, got DeAndre Swift. I think that's ample weapons to do what you need to do, even without Goddard.
And the most important thing in this one here compared to Super Bowl 57, can't have any. I don't think you can have any turnovers if you're Philly.
Exactly.
I do not think you can have turnovers because you don't have the margin of error that you did a year ago to be able to come back without Goddard.
I agree.
One game, the defensive secondary you had a year ago. I don't think you have that margin. So I think you can't have any turnovers Monday night.
I agree 100%. As a matter of fact, think about the Cowboys game again. If the Eagles turn the ball over one time in that game, they lose.
Yep.
I believe that firmly. If they turn the ball over one time, they lose. So, and same thing for the Chiefs game. Their defense plays well. But I firmly believe the Eagles cannot turn the ball over in this game. I think they need to go. I think they need to be 100% in the red zone. However many opportunities they have, 3, 4, whatever, they need to be 100% in the red zone like they were against the Cowboys, and they can't turn the ball over. The two things that has haunted them in the first half of the season, they need to make sure those things are not a problem in this game. Now, granted, over the past few weeks, red zone has been tremendous. Third down offense has been tremendous like it has been all season, and they haven't turned the ball over. I think Jalen Hurts has shaken the turnover bug. I think he has. So those are my key to success. Don't turn the ball over. Take advantage of every red zone opportunity you have. Keep the pressure on Patrick Mahomes. Keep him behind. Make him chase you all day, and then you can win this game.
I love how people like Dave go, you're acting like the Chiefs are world beaters this year. They've beaten you every year they've played, the last two, Dave. You're making it sound like you beat them. They just beat you in the Super Bowl 9 months ago.
Okay. To that point, right? Here's the thing. He's saying we're acting like they're world beaters. Well, people are saying the same thing about us. We're 8-1, but it doesn't look the same. Yet we're still 8-1. So we can't change the rules for us or change the rules for others versus us. The reality is, the Chiefs haven't blown too many people out, but what are they? 7-2? 7-2? And the Eagles are 8-1?
Yep.
So regardless of how you slice it, the Eagles have not looked at their best. The Chiefs have not looked at their best. Yet they have the two best records in football.
It's about matchups.
Stop trying to change the rules.
Tone, it's not about records. It's about matchups. Yeah. That's why Washington pushes you.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, exactly Washington could be 4-6 and still play you down to the last second.
Mm-hmm. They could be 0-9.
That's everything you need to know about the league. That it's a week-to-week proposition.
Mm-hmm.
The week is an inconsistent and it's an imperfect sport.
The Bengals just lost to the Texans. The Bengals just lost to the Texans. Like, come on, we gotta I understand. I don't know why I expect the most. Out of certain fans. I understand it though, because I'm one of them. I'm a fan as well. But I also have a responsibility now. Now that I'm on this side of things, I have a responsibility to not only be passionate, but also know when to curb it when it's time.
See, my passion though. Hey, well, I'm glad you can do that because to me, I can't. Because you know why?
I barely know.
I do my show on emotion.
I'm hanging on by a thread, Sills. You have no idea. I'm hanging on by a thread.
I don't have any. I have nothing. I have no fence straddling whatsoever capabilities in me where I'm going to go like this. What do you think of here? What do you think? That's not how I roll. Okay, that's not how I do shows. I don't do shows like that.
I am hanging on by a thread, Sills. You have no idea how hard. Every day I ask myself, is that how I really feel, or am I just being a fan? And most of the time, I'm a fan.
Well, you combine both, though. I think you do a good. I think you do. The reason you're on my show is because you have both. You have the passion. You have the love. You're smart as hell. You get the game. You're a winner, and you only think about one thing. Hey, man, 8-1. I love what Sue said earlier. I go, Sue, what's Monday night's win mean? She goes, 9-1.
Facts.
Dude, to me,
Facts.
that's the ultimate championship mentality.
That's all it means. 9-1.
Hey, that's the ultimate championship mentality.
Right.
And by the way, Tone is biased. Great. You know what that means? He's not a journalist. He's a talk show host.
Right. I don't write articles every day. You know what I mean? I'm sitting here trying to entertain you.
Tone, don't ever let anybody paint you into that because
I'm not a journalist.
Okay, you're not. I've never been one. Well, Sometimes I was, but I pretended I was because I got paid money for it, and I'm lying. And so and now I'm like this. I tell people I am not a journalist. I have no interest in that. I'm an opinionist.
Yeah.
I have an opinion, and I make it every day.
Yeah, I'm not a journalist, but I am honest. I'll tell you that much. I will always be honest.
God! But there's the most. Hey, you know what controversial means in sports talk? Being honest.
Sometimes you can be too honest, man. There is such thing.
Sills, come in, bring your playbook. Hey, come in, bring your playbook, man. One of the greatest things, I told you this before when I got fired because I was talking shit on the flagship station of Bucks and Canes.
Oh, yeah, you told me about that. That's
and
crazy.
I got called in. My wife goes, "Congratulations, you were right. You got fired today?" I go, "Yeah." She goes, "Hey, out of work. Great. You're right."
You were right, though.
Yeah, I was right. Hey, wait a minute. I was right. Hey, I'm out of work here.
Hey, listen, does being right pay the bills all the time?
No.
Not all the time.
You know what's funny? Tone, I'm 60 years old, and I just learned that. And my family now is they're like this. Give me a break. All right, I got to do something here.
Yeah, for sure. Let's do it.
Josh Allen.
Man.
Give me your takeaway. I'm not going to.
Is there a question or
the witness, Your Honor? Josh Allen last night.
And
by the way, I did talk to Ken Dorsey prior to the show.
Right.
Ken's my friend. He was the OC, just got fired a couple hours ago.
Disappointing because I actually like Josh Allen. I think he's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Definitely top 5, without question. But
best talent, best quarterbacks in the NFL or best talents in the NFL?
He's one of the best talents, to play this game in the past. He's one of the best talents to play this game in the past 10 years. He's definitely one of the best talents to ever play. And here's the thing about Josh Allen, right? It's so easy to pick apart his game, but when you look at it, he's completing 70% of his passes, 2,600 passing yards, averaging just over 7 yards an attempt, 260 a game, 19 passing touchdowns, 11 interceptions, currently on pace for 32 passing touchdowns and 19 interceptions. So
how many yards? How many yards is he on pace for?
44-20, the same as Jalen Hurts. So they're on pace for the same amount of yards. Again, when you look at his game, it's like, hold on, wait, he's completing 70% of his passes, but hold the hell up, 11 interceptions. What's going on? See, and also he fumbles a lot too. He fumbles a lot. So here's the thing.
How about last year against Minnesota with his back on the goal line, cost him home field advantage?
Yeah, so it's like his talent is not the question. It's the same thing with Herbert. His talent is not the debate. Can he win you the big one? Can he make the right play? You say it all the time with Jimmy Johnson. It's not the great plays you make, it's the bad ones you don't. And his line of thinking can cost you a game. And I can't, as talented as somebody is, I don't know if I can strap my horse to that. I don't know if I'm willing to strap my horse and buggy to that. It's nerve-wracking.
So you don't trust him?
I don't trust him. And that's a big thing in sports. Can I trust? See, yeah, you can
trust him to win a Super Bowl.
I don't trust him. And that's it's not talent related. I don't trust you.
We're not talking about his character. We're talking about his decision making.
Yeah. Because I don't know who he is.
I don't know from a can of paint either.
But on the field, I don't trust him because he'll be cooking, and all of a sudden he'll burn the damn biscuits. It's like, damn, man,
this guy burns on re-entry all the time, dude.
You made the steak, you made the mashed potatoes, you killed those collard greens, baby boy, but damn, you burnt the biscuits.
They shot this guy to the moon, they landed on it, they circled, and this guy burns up on re-entry. I mean,
exactly. So it's like, come on, man.
And you know what like last night.
And I called that game. Remember yesterday? I called that game too.
I
called that game last night, didn't I? Yesterday, I said 23-22, but they beat them 24-22.
I'm going to tie this into Brian Johnson here, though. But check it out. Ken Dorsey, that's not his fault, the fumbles. Throwing in the triple coverage. I mean, I watched, the one play, it wasn't a pick. And I think Aikman even pointed it out. There was one guy in front, one guy behind him, one guy trailing him. And he had to throw it, Tone, to like this, put it on the guys on this book.
Yeah.
With you're like this. Why would you throw that in there
when you know
the chances of you completing that are less than 2%?
Do you think? I have two questions for you, real quick. Do you think A, he falls in love with his arm, and B, do you think Ken Dorsey was a little too passive with him?
I think the latter's more true.
Because if you think about the way Dayball's acting in New York right now,
I think he acted like his friend more than his coach.
And Dayball seems like the type to rip you quickly.
Yeah. Tone, I think that may have fallen into some of the problems early on with Jalen Hurts and Brian Johnson. That he was too much his friend.
Interesting.
And not his coach, and why it's picked up a little bit more. Because I think that dynamic sometimes works into a conversation where you're looking at like, okay, I think he allowed him and gave him more autonomy because Ken was trying to prove himself as an OC. Brian had already put himself in the conversation because he became a head football coach with the New York Giants. He already was a coach to him. And remember something about Josh Allen too. I want to show you something here about him. I know the history of the kid because Ken told me. Do you know how many Division I scholarship offers he got? 1, Wyoming. And you know how he got it? He had to send 400 emails out to Power 5 schools. All of them turned him down. And he went to Wyoming. So he got shitty coaching in Wyoming. The best coaching he ever got was in Buffalo with Dable. That's when you started seeing that talent come to a head.
Mm-hmm.
When you take that coaching, and in the NFL, in my opinion, we see it all the time. You said something about even Mahomes. You think that affected Mahomes not having Bieniemy in the building there when they're putting that game plan together? Sure looks a little bit like it because look at Sam Howell. Sam Howell's the second leading passer in yardage in the NFL because Bieniemy's in the building. He looks like the guy.
Holding him accountable.
Brian John, look at Sean Payton. This is the greatest lesson in how to be patient. We're all doing this. Sean Payton, man, this thing looks like shit. He looks terrible. Yeah. This is awful. All of a sudden, what's the numbers here? And what I love about the way he's coaching him, here's Russell Wilson. He's on pace for 34-11. Not a lot of yards, but you know what they're doing? They're incrementally working him in to being more of a downfield passer with doing what? Keeping him in low turnover plays. He's on pace for 34 touchdowns and 8 picks, 68% completion percentage, and 104 quarterback ranking, which is one of the highest in the league. That's coaching. Look at what Sean Payton has done to the Broncos. Now, are they world beaters? No. Are they beating teams significantly? No. But you know what they did do? He was brought in to Denver to do one thing, save Russell Wilson. And he has.
Yeah. I really couldn't agree with you more. When you really look at Russell Wilson, when you just look at Russell Wilson, like the games, you'll say, well, I don't see it. But when you really look at the numbers he's putting up, he's on pace for 34 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. See, the thing is, they're not putting up a lot of yards. So
that's why the games are closer.
So that's why the games are closer.
Hey, also, their defenses were for real.
Yeah, and Russell was at a point in his career where he needs a running game. He needs a running game. And if he doesn't have a running game, you're asking him to do so much right now. And that's just not where he is. The talent didn't go anywhere. It's just that you can't depend on him to carry you like you used to. And even as early days in Seattle, he had a run game.
He needs more help.
He needs more help now. He needs more help now. Even Aaron Rodgers, he's talented.
That kid, Gabe Davis ain't cutting it.
Aaron Rodgers needs more help now as well. You know what I mean?
That guy, Gabe Davis, ain't cutting it.
Oh, you're talking about the second receiver in Buffalo, right?
Yeah, they need more help there.
Yeah, what we're seeing is they need more help outside of Stephon Diggs.
I think they thought he could carry a team like Mahomes, and that guy like Brady.
Not everybody can do it. Not everybody can do it. You know why? Because you can't carry a team when you make the kind of plays he makes.
And play calling.
Yes.
Andy Reid covers for receiver number 2 and 3. You understand that, right?
Oh,
you don't have to have the most skilled guys on the planet. I mean, you know what somebody actually said in here? Hey, Sills, the Chiefs don't have Juju Smith-Schuster. I'm like, where's he playing this year?
Juju sucks this year. Sucks.
And get this. That guy was part of the team that beat you.
Because of one guy.
Because of Reed and Mahomes. And Reed.
It's two things guaranteed, like death and taxes. Mahomes and Reed. It's guaranteed, man. The reality is, man, Andy Reid, until he found Mahomes, he was almost on the verge of being one of the greatest coaches that never got it done. He was on the verge of that. But you know what happens when you find yourself a good quarterback? It makes everything look a lot smoother than what it actually is. So, like Mahomes is the greatest deodorant in the league. The greatest deodorant. They don't have any weapons over there. Their running game is pedestrian. They have a great defense, but overall, like Mahomes just makes everything look so good.
They get great coaching.
So good, Andy Reid's I don't want to take anything away from Andy. He's a great coach.
Because Veach and Reid have put together. Like here, let me ask you: who's a better organization right now, Kansas City or Philly?
I mean, Kansas City got 2 Super Bowls, the boot. So
and 5 straight AFC title games.
AFC title games. I mean, over the past 5 years, the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean,
second.
They've been doing this, whereas the Chiefs have just been up here, just coasting. So you got it. Listen, you made it to 5 straight AFC championships. You got 2 Super Bowls out of it. I think you're ahead of a lot of people, especially.
And the one point that you were making early, you see, Mahomes has proven, I don't need Hill.
Yeah, he has. He has proven that. He's proven
like Brady proved, I don't need Bill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't. But you know what Brady did that was so smart? Brady went to a team that was loaded.
Sure enough.
Because you know why? He knew that the cabinet do you think the cabinet has gotten any better since Brady was there?
It's about are you talking about the Chiefs or the Bucks?
I'm talking about New England.
Oh,
no. When Brady was in New England, isn't that thing the same cabinet?
Pretty much. What's so crazy? Brady is another guy who had high self-awareness. He realized, I'm not trying to carry a team anymore.
That's such a great comment.
He had high self-awareness.
That's Hurts.
Hurts isn't stupid. Like, he understands that he needs his guys. You know what I'm saying? And there's nothing wrong with that.
I don't know why people think that's a weakness.
There's nothing wrong with having self-awareness. His self-awareness is what makes him great.
Josh Allen doesn't have self-awareness.
Ding, 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 ding. He thinks he can do it all. He thinks he can do it all. It's the Carson Wentz syndrome. He thinks he can do it all. Thinks he can do it all. And it's like, nah. Actually, it's so funny, man.
To coach that.
It's so funny. I feel like Justin Herbert.
I think Russell Wilson thought that a year ago.
I think Justin Herbert's this is my personal opinion. I think Justin Herbert doesn't take control enough. There was a moment when Keenan Allen was on. I think he was on Speak about last season or over the off season. He was on Speak with Joy Taylor, Emmanuel Acho, LaShawn McCoy, and they asked him about Justin Herbert, and one of the things he said that stood out to me, he said they asked him, how's Justin Herbert acclimating as a leader, as the franchise guy or whatever, and Keenan Allen basically said in so many words, I wish he asserted himself more. I wish he threw his threw it on the table and said, hey, listen, this is what's going to happen. Herbert can be too passive at times. He doesn't take charge enough. That's what Keenan Allen was saying.
Okay, so let me tell you why I think some of these guys don't open their piles, including your guy. When you're making $55 million or $52 million, are you going to fucking question people that much when they tell you to do this?
This is prior to the money. This is
Remember
prior to the money.
Boomer said? You got to learn to play with that contract too. You got to learn to know, like in that Jets game, we're not doing that. Or how about this? Shouldn't Jalen Hurts have called the timeout? Had him when they were going to throw that ball 3rd and 3 to give them the opportunity to get the ball back. You stop the clock. The Cowboys get it. Isn't that a moment when you have an experienced quarterback and a leader in the huddle that says this? We're not going there with that. I think Brady calls that timeout or audibles.
Now, here's the difference, though. I believe I'm with you, right? Here's the difference. A guy like Brady, he's built up that equity.
He has.
Equity is so important. And even though they paid you, but
you think $50 million is equity?
I hear you. I hear you, and I'm with you.
Guy making $5 million.
On the field, no one cares about what you make on the field, right? So it's a matter of Hurts. I guess he looks at himself as a player that's still developing. He wants to put the utmost trust in his coaches that they have his best interests. And at times, you're going to have to say, nah, audible. We're running the ball. You know what I mean? And you live with the results. You know what I mean? Brady Brady is such a firecracker, man. He's one of a kind, man. He will go to that sideline and tell McDaniel, sit your ass down. It's not what we're doing. Hurts, not that kind of guy. But I think he's going to get the more assertive he becomes. Again, first year with the contract, first year with this new money. I think as the season progresses, as the stakes get higher, watch. I think he's going to start putting his foot down more.
You know what? Somebody just made me think of something here. You know who has a higher win percentage than Jalen Hurts? Lamar Jackson.
Oh, yeah, Lamar wins. He wins games.
Well, wait a minute.
He wins.
Wait a minute.
Oh, he doesn't win playoff games.
Hold on now. Okay. That's where I was going here. How much equity are you putting into Hurts and where he is compared to where Lamar is? Because he's taken that team to a Super Bowl. Now, again, Garoppolo has went to a Super Bowl. Colin Kaepernick has taken a team to a Super Bowl. Joe Flacco has taken a team to a Super Bowl. I'm not diminishing it, but are you putting way too much more equity into who he is because they got to that Super Bowl as a team? His playoff games were underwhelming. Would we not agree?
One of them were. I'll say one of them were.
Which game did you think that he was the factor in winning? The Giant game?
He played very well in that Giant game, and he played very well in the Super Bowl. The San Fran game was the
I'm talking to get to the Super Bowl.
Okay, well, then one of them then.
Okay.
One of them.
Okay, so you think he played well in the Giant game? I thought they were
definitely.
I didn't think he was a determining factor of them winning that. I thought it was the run game, and I thought it was Hassan Reddick in that NFC title game. That's debatable. But I'm asking you more about, do Eagle fans put more weight into the fact that they got there? Like, did you put that same weight into the way you looked at McNabb for McNabb getting to a Super Bowl and all those NFC title games? Because right now, the only thing that Jalen has accomplished is what McNabb has accomplished.
I'll put it like this, right? When you're okay, so Jalen Hurts, that was his second year as the starter, correct? Second year as a starter. He's in his third year as a starter. I look at it like this. From 2021, he got you to the playoffs. Okay, that's the floor.
Actually, he got to the playoffs in his. I think it's his first. I don't count those bullshit games.
No, but 2021 was his first year as a starter.
Yes,
so
yes.
He gets you to the playoffs. You go 9-8. Okay, you lose to the
alternate Pro Bowl.
You know what I mean? So alternate Pro Bowl. So okay, that's the floor, right? You get to the Super Bowl in 2022. You lose by 3 points. Okay, that's the ceiling. So for me, I look at it like this. Although when you make it to a Super Bowl, that shows me what you're capable of, right? Now, when you think about Donovan McNabb, he's had many opportunities, right? It's almost like he's been there. Okay, you should learn from that point forward, right? I believe Jalen Hurts is in a different category right now at this point in his career because we need to see him get there more. You know, I'm not going to hold him to the same standard as McNabb, not yet, because he hasn't set a trend of getting there and failing every time.
I like what Dodd said here too. That's a really great point right there. Okay, and he turned around with a new team, basically, especially on the defensive side, and he went from that 14-3 team tone to an 8-1 start.
And then he took over a 4-11-1 team. So again, I'm not looking at Jalen Hurts. I'm not holding Jalen Hurts.
I'm asking here, not indicting.
No. I'm not holding Jalen Hurts to the same standard as Donovan McNabb, not yet, because it's not like Jalen Hurts has made it to 3, 4, 5 NFC championships and keeps failing. That's not what happened. Each year has been a steady progression. Now, if he makes it to the Super Bowl this year and loses again, now the narrative starts. It's like, okay, you can get there, but can you win it?
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. Do you have a negative narrative about Jim Kelly?
Jim Kelly? Oh, I literally thought about him the moment I said what I said. I thought about Jim Kelly. And here's the thing, right?
You think Jim Kelly getting a team to the Super Bowl 4 years in a row, winning 4 AFC titles, that's an indictment on him not what?
People hold it against him, don't they?
They sure do. And I don't believe they should.
So, I mean, so now it becomes, wait, I thought we were in the business of winning the big one, not just settling for second place.
Well, we're talking about a guy who's consistently, like you're talking about Jalen Hurts, you're talking about his consistently tone. and his consistency, we're talking about being considered one of those top shelf guys. First, I think you've got to build your legacy up and your equity up.
And that's where I'm at.
Consistent, where you're constantly in it. And when you punch through, there's no doubt Dan Marino and Jim Kelly are held to a different standard over here because they didn't win it.
They couldn't punch through.
They're considered the two greatest arms maybe in NFL history for the accomplishments they had. But they're over here with Charles Barkley.
Right. But that's my point, though. My point is Jalen Hurts has to establish a trend before I can hold him to that same standard as McNabb.
I think he has.
To me, he's established the trend of improvement every single year. He's established that trend, but the trend of they're 8-1 right now. So far, he's showing that he can win consistently in the regular season. He's shown that.
Is he better since 2021?
Oh, absolutely, without question.
Is Josh Allen better since 2021?
I think he's tapered off.
Okay.
I think he's tapered off. Not saying he's got tremendously worse, but I think he's plateaued because you're still seeing the same mental lapses. See, with Jalen Hurts, I've seen an improvement in not only the physical on the field, but I've seen improvement in the mental.
Isn't it funny how
Allen hasn't improved in the mental game yet?
Isn't it funny how we look at Jalen and his intercept? You know what, Tone? I don't know if I should go here, but let me go here. Isn't it funny? Josh Allen and some of the other quarterbacks like Burrow or what have you, their interceptions are this and that. There's like excuse making, coaching. And you look at the numbers and like you said, 70%, it's kind of like hidden flaws in those guys. Then you look at Dak and Jalen. And when they turn the ball over, holy hell just froze over. I mean, it just seems to me a different. Am I off?
No.
Or am I making something up here that
you're not off.
Hey, listen,
I
don't want to go
all.
down that lane where we could take that off ramp and go. But isn't it Jalen and Dak have a different metric compared to Allen and Burrow? That when Allen and Burrow lose a game, or those guys like Herbert, we still call those guys the best in the game. But when Jalen Hurts and Dak have a turnover or lose a game, I mean,
I'm gonna be honest with you. Look. I'll say it. You ain't got to say it, but I'll say it. I'm gonna be honest with you. When you black in this country, your room for error is significantly slimmer than if you're not. That's just the humble reality. I at whatever company, I may be allowed 2 mistakes. The next guy may be allowed 4 or 5. That's just the sad reality. So look, I don't like to make everything about that because that's just not everything. But I'm being honest with you, man. Like I said, I'm not gonna pull any punches. You ain't got to say it. I'll say it for you. I firmly believe that when you're black in any profession that you do, you got to be 2 times better, or however many times better. You have to be that much sharper. You have to be, because it can all be taken from you in an instant. I've seen it. I've experienced it. So the reality is, man, I look at Jalen Hurts as a guy who's defied all the odds in his career. Every time somebody counted him out, he doubled back and showed them what's what. So I believe Jalen Hurts has everything it takes to win a Super Bowl. He came that close. So I don't see why he can't get back there again and actually finish the deal.
Michael, I agree. I think the defense at the end of that game was more accountable in the loss in the Super Bowl than
oh yeah, I agree. Yeah. I mean, he played okay. This is what fans really want to hear. This is what they really want to hear. He played well enough to win. But did he? No. He didn't win. The team lost, right? He played well enough to win. We lost, though. We lost. Except we lost. I'm mad about it, too. I'm mad, too. I'm mad. I'll argue with you. I'm mad, too. Sometimes I'm behind the scenes, and I'm mad as hell at Sills. Sometimes I'm back here like, Sills, if you don't sit your ass down, leave my man Hurts alone. He balled out. But guess what? He lost the game. And it's okay.
Because you know why?
He's going to be back. He's going to be back. Don't worry, you guys. He'll be back.
But he'll be back?
He'll be back. Write it down.
He gets back to a Super Bowl.
Write it down. He'll be back.
Wait a minute. Does he get back this year?
Yeah, he'll be back.
He goes to the Super Bowl this year.
Yep. He'll be back.
Where's my list?
Today is November 14th. It's 3:22 Central Time. What is that? 1:22 your time? He'll be back. Write it down.
Hang on. Let me get your thoughts here on this. Here's my top 10 NFL teams.
Mm-hmm.
I want to hear how you handle this. Because most of your guys and your compadres in here, these guys need tissues. When I say it, man, okay? I got Seattle 10. I got Jacksonville 9. And by the way, I go over body of work.
Right.
I got Cleveland 8. These next two teams, dude, I won't lie to you. Speaking of tissue paper, Miami and Dallas, I got 7 and 6. But then again, I have to do this. Do I put the Bills or the Bengals or the Chargers in their place? And I can't do that. I got Baltimore 5. I got Detroit 4. San Francisco, you know what people are rolling around saying? I heard Coward even say it. Everyone knows when they're healthy, they're the best team in the league. And I'm like, you don't get extra credit for that shit, man. The war of attrition's part of this conversation.
When I'm in my dreams, I have a six-pack, Sills. Like, come on, man. When, if, what if, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Come on, man. It's a part of the game. If you're not healthy, you lose it.
I got the 49ers 3rd. I got the Eagles 2. And I got Kansas City 1. And the only reason I got Kansas City 1,
they beat us.
Because they are the reigning heavyweight champions of the world.
Right. Now, if another if, right? If Kansas City was, what's their record? 7-3? Or 7-2? 7-2? If Kansas City was 2-7, obviously Sills wouldn't put them there.
Absolutely not.
But they're 7-2 with the second best record in football.
And number one seed in the AFC. They're going to have the same home field you will.
Exactly. Number one seed in the AFC. Eagles are the number one seed in the NFC. Forget the record. They're the number one seed in the AFC. We're the number one seed in the NFC.
And look at this guy, Ryan.
I'm not
lost
mad.
to the Broncos. You lost to the Jets.
You lost to the Jets. Come on, man. We can't play that game. It's a week-to-week league. It's not how that works. It's not how it works, man. But here's the reality. They're 7-2. Eagles are 8-1. It's only a 1 game difference. You know what I mean? They're the number one seed. We're the number one seed so far. They beat us in the Super Bowl.
Isn't that the more important thing than the record? Is that who's got the top seed in each conference?
Yeah. If the Eagles, this is never going to happen, but if the Eagles happen to be the number one seed with a 10-win season, it doesn't matter. They're the number one seed. You know what I mean? So again, I'm not mad.
You don't think they can go 0-4 here over the next 4?
Oh no, they're going. What is it? 5 games? They're going at minimum 3-2.
Get this, and these people get on me. I think you're going 4-1, but okay.
I know. I've heard some people say 2-3, man, but listen, I let them live.
No, all your guys that you work with are going 2-3. I don't see that.
I said 3-2 because I was just trying to be realistic. I thought 3-2 was realistic.
I think they're going to drop that Seattle game.
That's what Rob thinks. I'm like, I don't know. I think we're going to drop the Cowboys game, and I think
you just punched him in the mouth.
But Jerry World is such a funny place to play. Jerry World is so fun. It's like a house of mirrors.
Look at Tone giving the Cowboys love.
Oh no, it's never love. Never love. It's a trend.
Respect.
It's a trend. Remember,
I don't respect people who can't.
We like trends here, Sills. We like trends here.
Well, here's a trend. Name me a game that was a significant game that Dallas Cowboys won in the last 27 years.
I hear you, but
is that a trend?
You know what? Here's the funny thing. That's a good point because the funny thing is the main difference in that game in Jerry World was Gardner Minshew. So if Hurts is there, they only lost by 3 or was it a touchdown? I can't remember. But hey, listen, man, I want them to win. Don't get it twisted. I want them to win. And on game day, you know what I'm gonna say? We're winning this game. We're winning this goddamn game. But today, when I look at the schedule and the totality, I said we might drop that one. But on game day, best believe I hear no evil, see no evil. I say no evil.
Hey, Richard, I never said 2-3.
Yeah, you never said 2. You said 4-1, actually.
I said 4-1. And what did I say also if they go 4-1?
Jalen Hurts is the MVP. Jalen's the MVP. And I'm with you. If he goes 4-1 in that stretch, you got to give him the MVP. You got to give it to him.
Yeah, but hey, Tone, if he goes 4-1, you know, they're going to give it to the mixed brother. So, hey, it's okay. I didn't mean to say that. I apologize.
Hey, listen, man, you're
going to give it to Franco Harris.
The reality is the reality. We live in a sad world, man. The reality is the reality. Listen, you got to be exceptional when you look like me. You got to be exceptional.
You're right, man. I tell everybody that all the time. African-American athletes are covered differently. You know what's crazy, Tone? One of the top things that I've been saying in my broadcasting career for 35 years, black athletes are covered differently than white athletes. And every time I say it, people hate it.
It's the truth. The truth hurts. The truth hurts. But it's okay, though.
Can you imagine this? I've been saying that for 35 years. I have. Ever since I started. And I used to get called in my program director's office. He goes, "You really don't believe that, do you?" And I go, I looked at him and I went, "Yeah, I do." I go, "You're sitting there as a white guy."
You make people uncomfortable.
Oh, I totally make people uncomfortable.
No one likes to be uncomfortable, Sills. Don't you get it by now? No one likes to be uncomfortable.
Do I really make people uncomfortable? Oh, wait, I make Tone uncomfortable because he's sitting behind the scenes going, "Get off my guy! Get off my guy!" Yeah.
Facts, man. Oh my God, man.
I love you, dude, man. You're doing
I appreciate
so well,
you,
man. I mean, really, really great. Thank you so much, Tone. You really put a nice spark into the show, man.
Thank you, man. Again, it's always fun. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity every day, man. It's fun.
Absolutely. You're wonderful, man. My friend Tone, thank you so much again. Absolutely. Mark Farzetta is going to join us also at 5:30. We'll get his take on Monday night as well. Do not forget, happy Wingsgiving from our great friends at Hooters. Folks, during the month of November, the iconic Hooter girls want to thank you and everybody that go into all of the locations in the Northeast area from Rhode Island through Jersey down to King of Prussia for really celebrating what has been an absolutely grand slam year for them. And they want to do this by all the specials: ice cold Coors Light drafts, $2.99, 25 cents of each purchase will go to a local charity, and they want to be part of your community, and they are part of your community. The 2024 calendars are out. $100 in gift cards are inside of the calendars. You can get them online at northeasthooters.com. That's northeasthooters.com. 9 of the girls are featured also from the Northeast area in the Hooter calendars. Lunch specials, Monday through Friday, 11:30 to 3, boneless wings. Happy hour, Monday through Friday, 4 to 6, 6 items, $6. Try to fried pickles. Sensational happy hours. Tuesdays, buy 10 wings, get 10 boneless free. Wing Wednesdays, 1983. That's the year the place was founded. NortheastHooters.com. That's NortheastHooters.com. When you roll into any one of the locations, do me a favor, tell them Big Sills sent you.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio, or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
My name is Dr. Bruce Grossinger, and I'm the medical director of Philadelphia PRP and Stem Cell Institute. I'm reaching out to those who suffer from spine and joint pain. We use treatment methods that require no surgery, no scalpel, no drugs.
Running, walking, or whatever your desires are. Dr. Grossinger is where you need to come.
You can benefit from the same PRP and stem cell treatment as Wilbert Montgomery. Call us now at 610-222-5675.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Coaches on the hot seat. MVP race. My top 10 quarterbacks. Coach of the year. You got to vote in most of these things here. Real quick. I wonder when they're going to fire James Franklin at Penn State. He sucks. Whew. Man, you need a coach in that building. Beats up on tomato cans. 4-16 versus OSU in Michigan. Hey, Joe Paterno ain't walking through that door. Isn't it funny? You haven't had a coach in that building since Paterno. Replacing Joe hasn't been that easy, has it? As a matter of fact, it's been impossible. All the media, Fox, ESPN, CBS, you cannot mention his name. You not say it out loud because you're not allowed. Joe Paterno built Happy Valley and that 100-plus seat 1,000 stadium. He built it. Okay? Was there a horrible ending to it? From the president to the coach to the AD to the Board of Regents are all accountable for covering up all that stuff. Wasn't just Joe Paterno. Was all of them. The state covered it up. The state of Pennsylvania is responsible for that as well, for hiding those cases. It's not just Joe Paterno. He's the fall guy. Okay? He's the fall guy. And now, you got a guy in the building, and James. Hey, by the way, it's funny what Tone and I were just talking about. Okay? Penn State is probably afraid to fire the guy. I'll leave it there. Because of the backlash they would face. Remember, that's also part of justice. Winning and losing in sports. He's 4-16. So you should make $10 million because of an ideology and keep your job? Really? He's been given every chance to win big games at Penn State. And he beats Indiana. There is where, when it's applied, is over the top. Because now they don't care about winning. Jim Harbaugh didn't throw a pass in the second half and embarrass Penn State beyond. That's got to be one of the worst losses I've ever seen a college football team in the last 50 years take. Nobody throws a forward pass. What were you playing, rugby? I mean, it was like a rugby game. Crazy. Some of the coaches on a hot seat here. Brandon Staley. Here's the guys I think should be fired. Brandon Staley. Sean McDermott. Todd Bowles. Mike Vrabel. Matt Eberflus. Ron Rivera. Those 6 coaches, in my opinion, should be replaced. Time to get some new blood in there. New direction. Sean McDermott, is blaming Ken Dorsey for 12 men on the field. You basically gave the kicker for the Broncos a mulligan because your incompetence. You gave him a mulligan. Okay? I mean, give me a break. Hey, you missed it. Let's do it again for him. That's on McDermott. That sideline organization. That's on the head coach. It's totally on the head coach. Okay. Each Tuesday, I do my top 10 NFL teams, and I also do, because I have a vote, as I tell you, with the NFL honors. And here are my top 10 NFL quarterbacks as we head into week 11. I'm going to start at number 10. I got Trevor Lawrence. Now, would you put Herbert or Allen at 10 over Lawrence? I wouldn't. I'm putting Trevor Lawrence at number 10. At number 9, Dak is back. Cowboys. Prescott has played well the last 3 weeks. He's getting more extra credit for hanging with the Eagles than I would like. I think he's played well. And most importantly, I think that Dak has protected the football. I got Dak at 9. I think this guy is the most underappreciated and maybe the most disrespected quarterback in the National Football League. I got Jared Goff here. Hey, by the way, can I ask you a question about Jared Goff? Is Jalen Hurts more accomplished than Jared Goff? What's Jalen done more than Jared Goff? Let me take a look at something here. I haven't looked this up either. Jared Goff stats. What's Jalen done more? More All Pros? See. And let's see what he's done in his career. Jared Goff. 46-88, 46-38, 39-52, 32-45, 44-38. TD passes, 28-32, 22-20, 29. He's got 14 right now. He's taken a team to the Super Bowl. He's 61-47, and that's turning Detroit around. Any quarterback that goes to Detroit and gets them to win and gets them to the playoffs has accomplished more than enough itself. Death row, how about this? Jared Goff's having a better time of it in Detroit than Matthew Stafford ever did. Isn't it crazy? Pretty crazy, isn't it? He's been to 3 Pro Bowls. Golf's been in the league since 16. I asked you if he's more accomplished. 5-time player of the week. Led the NFL in attempts in 19. He's 6th right now in the league. Passing yards completion. I didn't realize that guy's been to 4. What's the awards here? I didn't realize he's been to the Pro Bowl. 2017 NFL Most Improved Player. 3 Pro Bowls. 17, 18, and 22. I would never have known that if I just didn't look that up. Crazy. And he's been to an NFC championship. What did he lose Super Bowl? 14-3? The Patriots? See here. Comparing to a vet, Jalen Hurts is a vet. Oh, hey, I'm just saying that Jared Goff is more accomplished than you think. I didn't say, see, here's where Chris goes. Chris goes like this. And most of you, once again, see what I'm saying, Tone? Chris, I never said he was better. I never said he was better. Where did you hear me say he was better? You can have Bob Greasy is more accomplished than Dan Marino. But is he better? He's more accomplished. What does Dan Marino have over Bob Greasy? Do some of you even know who Bob Greasy is? Some of you don't even know who he is. And you would never compare Dan Marino's talent to Bob Greasy. Yeah, that's right, dog. I'm racist. Keep telling a lie long enough. See what I'm saying, guys? Keep telling a lie long enough. People will buy the lie. V3 to the rescue. Low-hanging fruit as usual. What a tool. Number 7. Joe Burrow. Got him at number 7. Number 6. I got number 6. I'm not going with anything about a rookie. This CJ Stroud kid. This is the best rookie season I've ever seen. Then someone obviously wasn't listening while Toe was on. Yeah, but KJ, please do me a favor. Don't ever use Tone as a crutch, because some would accuse you of saying that I did that, and I don't need that. I do it because I love the kid, I like the kid, and he's a talented kid. He's a man, but to me, I'm an old fart, washed up almost. Those are the people that say, hey, I got black friends too. If you understand what I'm saying, KJ, it's okay. I understand what you were saying. See, I don't have black friends. I have friends. Okay? I have friends. Like Tony Dungy and Jimmy Johnson and all my friends. Those are friends. And when you start doing that, then you start hearing people, hey, look, I've been covering this guy. And then you're like, okay, right. Yeah. Cam had a better rookie year. I don't know about that. Okay. I don't know about that. Why do people think you are saying golf is better than Hurts? Because that's what they hear. That's not what you were saying. All you're saying is golf deserves more respect. People are stupid. And then that guy, V3, calls me a racist because I was just saying he needs more respect. See? Name another white quarterback that's better than Hurts. I don't put my talent board together on black and white. That's something for you, V3. You must look at the lens like that in life. I gauge people on content of character. There was a guy that once said that. So I don't look at my life like that. Hey, Sills. No, don't block him. No. Let him continue to make an asshole of himself. Nope. Thank you for asking, Tone. No. Let that guy continue to make an asshole of himself. That's what we do here. We don't block anybody. Unless you attack certain things. We don't do that here. I'm an open book, dude. Always been. Always will. I owe you no proof. We move on. Here, you got your 14 seconds of my life. I wish I could have got back. Number 5, Brock Purdy, baby. We got him at 5. So, Trevor Lawrence at 10, Dak at 9, Golf at 8, Burrow at 7, Stroud at 6, Brock Purdy at 5. Number 4, I have Tua Tagovailoa at number 4. And here are now the top 3 quarterbacks on my weekly list in the NFL. As a matter of fact, I actually think it's going to come down to these 3 men who wins the most valuable player award. Okay? Here we go. Number 3. I got Lamar Jackson. I think he is a wonderful face of that team. I think he is wonderful in how he presents himself, how he's a community guy in Baltimore. I love what he's doing to that team. I heard you earlier too, Tone. I heard you say something about, boy, I'll tell you one team I wouldn't want to see in the Super Bowl, and I thought it was a spectacular take in a very glossed over conversation. But let me tell you something. I heard him say this, and I was like this, that's a damn good take. The world is a sad place. Bear, don't come from that place. Some people in this world, okay, it's their world's a sad place, not ours. I'm talking sports, man. He said the Ravens, because of the opportunity that, can you defend? Do you think you could defend Lamar in open space, the way he throws the ball, the way he runs the ball? Could they? Because they haven't really played a guy like him. Have the Eagles in the Nick Sirianni era played a guy like him? Have they played a guy like that? And the answer is no. It's a great comment that, Tone, I think got glossed over. Okay? Because it's one thing to play Mahomes. Closest Kyler Murray. Yeah, probably Murray. And get this. One of the things is that he's improved his completion percentage this year. I'm proud of my Louisville quarterback doing great. Things like Johnny Unitas, death row. I love Lamar Jackson. I am so pissed off, death row, that the University of Miami did not recruit him hard enough to keep him in South Florida. I saw Lamar Jackson and Geno Smith playing against one another in an NFL game, I think either last week or 2 weeks ago, and I almost threw up because those were 2 young South Florida kids. One went to Miramar, and the other one's from Fort Lauderdale. And those 2 guys didn't go to Miami. They had to go to West Virginia, and they had to go to Louisville and you didn't keep those kids home. That's why the program has blown out loud for 20 years, because we don't have a next level quarterback that's played in the NFL in over 24 years. North Carolina's put more people in the NFL. Pompano Beach. Thank you, Yale. Sills ain't racist. He's the blackest Italian I know. Hey, LJ. Dude, honest to God. Funny you should say that. I'm so happy I'm not on radio anymore. I really am. So I could tell you these stories, because I couldn't tell you these stories before if I was on IP or that other thing. Get this, LJ. So Jerome, you may have heard this. Get this, dude. Jerome sees me run Jerome sees me run a 4.81, right? 290 something, whatever I was. And Jerome goes, that dude is not a white guy. White guys don't run that fast. He goes, that Italian thing's a real thing, man. Sileo ain't a white guy. Nobody runs that fast. I ran a 4.81, 293. And this was 35 years ago. He and I were running 4.8s at 300 pounds. You didn't have 300-pound DTs that did that. Still saying racist. Italian, I know. That's funny. Hey, Devin, thank you, man. That's kind stuff, man. Man, so we had them two dudes down there. Nobody recruited them. Okay? That's sick. Nick, hey, yeah, how about this? The Bozos went to like St. Thomas Aquinas. They let that dude out of the building. How are you racist hanging out with NWA? Hey, 5-star. If you go online and you punch my name in, you see people call me a racist because I said something 12 years or 13, 14 years ago by mistake. It was a mistake. And I've been held to that ever since. Because they don't want me to go here. It's okay. I'm happy to be here with you. Okay? Oh, man. All right. Here's the top two. I got Jalen Hurts 2. Okay? And I got Mahomes 1. Now, is this a bad list? Here's my top 10 quarterbacks right now. Number 1, Mahomes. Number 2, Hurts. Number 3, Lamar Jackson. Number 4, Tagovailoa. Number 5, Brock Purdy. Number 6, CJ Stroud. Number 7, Joe Burrow. Number 8, Golf. Number 9, Dak. Number 10, I got Trevor Lawrence. Those are my top 10 quarterbacks as we head into week 11. And I got Herbert and Allen, and I love Allen, as you know. And I am an Allen apologist. But I can't put him in my top 10. Not with decision-making, and you just got your OC fired. That's not fair. And not correct. Again, I'm not a journalist. But you think Stroud's 4? You know what? Stroud could be 4. Crespo, he could be. But get this. Wait a minute. V3, I am prejudiced. I'm prejudiced against rookies, I guess. Yeah, I'm probably have to get rid of the prejudice because of rookies. You know? I'm a little prejudiced against rookies being that highly thought of at that position. You know what I'm saying? But you're probably right. He probably deserves to be in the top 5. So let me get this right. If that guy wins that division, and he's a Pro Bowler and he gets his Houston Texans into the playoffs, he's not a top 3 MVP candidate. Okay? V3 goes, Dan, I know you're not racist. Chill. V3, but when you make a comment like that, people that don't know that think that. Because most people don't have minds of their own. Don't you understand that? You know better than that. Most people don't have minds of their own. Shit, they think the internet's water, air. My kid lives off it. President against knee braces too. Okay, shut up. Okay, I knew LJ couldn't let it go too far. Yeah. Okay. I know you couldn't let it go too far. My bad. It's all hey, V3. You doing that? This is why you'll never be banned, dude. I don't ban people for saying dumb shit like they did me. I don't do that. It's all good. V3, I'm more of a friend of yours now than ever before. Okay? I give people the benefit of the doubt. One day, you know what we're all going to do? We're all going to crack beers, have fun, and we're going to sit around, and it's going to be the best time on the planet because I'm no different than you. Now, I will say this. See, Tone, I will say this one thing about Tone. Hey, V3, you're like this. I will say this about Tone here, okay? I will say, oh, man. Tone has a poor life ahead of him. I feel for Tone because it's getting miserabler and miserabler. And I feel for him. And here's why. The more you do this, the more isolated you become. The more alone you become. The more you don't want to leave your home. The more you don't even want to go to the grocery store. You don't even want to go to get gasoline. You don't even want to go outside to get air. Yeah. Hey, you want to go for dinner? No. You want to go for an ice cream? No. I mean, I can't think the last time I left my house. Let me think. 2 weeks. I'm like under house arrest like Barry Bonds. I mean, I'm like under house arrest. When's the last time I left my... Oh, yeah, no, I went and saw my daughter play a couple weeks ago, rugby. I see, like, that's like a vacation for me. When I go and see my kid play rugby in Arizona, it's like a vacation. I get out of the house, and Tone's going to be a miserable, miserable human being if he's not already. My wife asked me to go to a movie the other day. I almost threw. Yeah. I used to play golf a lot. You think? Hey, by the way, I think it's speaking of racist. See, I can't hit a white ball around any longer for 4 hours. I think it's a racist game, so I don't hit a white ball. I'm not hitting a colored ball like a white ball around for 4 hours. I'm not doing any of that, and I couldn't see myself playing like a game for 4 hours where I'm sitting on a golf cart, eating sandwiches and drinking beers. And to me, that's fun time. I'm actually very good at it. Look, I finished third in the World Series of golf up there. I got a cup up there. I was really good at it. Okay. So Tone's going to turn into a sad man like me. Dude, get in this business, man. Turn into a hermit. Okay, so that's my list. By the way, MVP race. We're going to look at the NFL playoff picture. Bowling hitting white pins. Yeah, man, I can't have anything with color on it where you're yeah. A V3, right? Yeah. Still's playing golf. My God. Play with Boomer. Dude, honest to God, let me show you this. Look at this. Man, this is crusty. This was 2006. Big Sills, third place. So yeah, third place. The 23rd annual golf NFL alumni golf Charity Classic, November 12th to 13 in 06. I finished third. Maniac, you ready for this? I shot a 368. That was good, man. That was good. 368. Yes, sir. I just can't see myself. I can't see myself playing golf, though, for 4 hours sitting on a golf cart. It's just not, Oh. Yes, I got a Jalen Hurts cup. No, wait a minute. This is a 49er cup. Hey, 49er fans. You see this here, man? This is for you. This is in honor of you, 49er guys. This is this is a 49er cup. Third place. All Niner fans can appreciate this, right? You guys understand what I'm talking about. This is like the bronze medal here. Not bad for an animal your size. 368. Big Silsky hit it. Yeah. 9 holes. Hey. Who called me hey, wait a minute. Who called me a racist there? So put on my gear here, man. Now I'm like Tone Loke. Hey, that's my new guy's. That's Tone's new name, Tone Loke. Lucy, look at this. I got don't ever talk to me like that. The Italians only wear shit like this. Rocco! Power Hour coming up. Mark Farzetta's joining us. Bunch of stuff still to hit on. Hit the like button. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
My name is Dr. Bruce Grossinger, and I'm the medical director of Philadelphia PRP and Stem Cell Institute. I'm reaching out to those who suffer from spine and joint pain. We use treatment methods that require no surgery, no scalpel, no drugs.
Running, walking, or whatever your desires are, Dr. Grossinger is where you need to come.
You can benefit from the same PRP and stem cell treatment as Wilbert Montgomery. Call us now at 610-222-5675.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
EAGLES, Eagles.
So I know everybody in Philly is real big on the Maxwell Awards. Tone, didn't you work the Maxwell Awards? I know Jacob's got a lot to do with it. Well, Big Sills just got his ballot for the Bednarik Award and the Maxwell Awards for pro and college. I'm a voter. I've been a voter for over a decade. Who do you think put his vote in for the MVP for the Burt Bell Award? Oh, you hate Jalen. I voted for him. Yeah, but then why do you? Because it's not my style of play, but he played so good a year ago. And I also see the little says little Bednarik in there, Chuck. Gee, didn't that guy play for the Eagles? Okay. Did he play for the Eagles? Isn't he like one of the legend? I actually knew Chuck. I knew Concrete. I voted for your guy. I got my look at that big old Maxwell. Sileo is on the committee to pick all Maxwell Awards. Are you? I know I am. You're such a big bad guy and you're such a Jalen Hurts hater. I voted for him. Tone goes, that's where I met Jalen Hurts. Well, I was glad to be part of that fact that he got to that award to win the Burt Bell Award, which my uncle won. And I'm glad that worked out for you. He was, but V3, Jalen deserves some kind of recognition. Okay? They hold that bad dog now, I think, in Atlantic City. Okay? So I vote on all those guys. Player of the Year. Jordan Davis, when he was at Georgia. Man. I vote on every single college and pro award. Now, I don't vote on AP. Okay? I don't vote on the AP awards because it's writers and they really don't like Big Sills. Okay? And I think you understand why, but no. Yeah, they don't. I don't get the opportunity to vote on that because they're not big fans of mine. So let me throw this at you here. If Jalen Hurts was the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, would they be Super Bowl contenders? Thank you, Matt. If the Steelers had Jalen Hurts, how far do you think they would go? Could they make it to Vegas? So are we saying that the Steelers, I didn't like when you said last year that we will never win a Super Bowl. Crespo, I picked you to go to it. I was the first guy in the South. I was the first guy in South Philly and in the Philly media to say that you were going to get to the Super Bowl. And I said it all year. That's not really true. Okay? We are Super Bowl contenders now. So wait a minute. Jeffy, you're not going anywhere with Kenny Pickett. You're not going anywhere with Kenny Pickett and Matt Canada. LJ, thank you. You're not going anywhere with those two guys. You're just not going anywhere. Can you imagine if Lamar Jackson goes to Pittsburgh or Jalen Hurts or Kyler Murray? There could be a landing spot. If you're Arizona, and how about this? If you're Pittsburgh, do you go get Kyler Murray? Kyler Murray on the Steelers with Mike Tomlin. Wow. Mike Tomlin with Kyler Murray. Shit, I got 4 friends on that staff. You imagine that? You put Kyler Murray in Pittsburgh. Do they get to the AFC Championship game? I think they're a quarterback away from being a Super Bowl contender. And you said that you're a Super Bowl contender now. No, you're a playoff contender, not a Super Bowl contender. Okay? Kyler Murray, under the tutelage of Mike Tomlin, he ain't getting away with any of that non-studying shit in Pittsburgh. I doubt the Steelers would ever consider it. You know how big they are on drafting and building their own guys. I think that dynamic's changed a tad, but you're right. Okay? Would they? But then again, they're not going to be in a position to draft one of those quarterbacks in the first round. So you're going to have to get a veteran. You're going to have to get a veteran. And do I think any quarterback coming out in this year's draft is better than Kyler Murray? Sorry, I don't. I don't buy Caleb Williams. I don't buy Caleb Williams. Kirk Cousins in Pittsburgh? Wow. Man. Kirk Cousins in Pittsburgh. Wow. I didn't think of that. Kirk Cousins in Pittsburgh. Shit. Guy has a defense, somewhat of a running game. You got Najee there. You got some good wideouts. I don't know what it is with Pittsburgh, man, but why don't they ever draft guys in the first round at wide receiver? They find guys like Antonio Brown, Hines Ward, George Pickens. None of these guys are first-round draft choices. I think the last really, truly great wide receiver they drafted that was a first-rounder was Lynn Swann. I mean, even John Stallworth was like a later-round guy. They never, ever. Get this, New England can't find a wide receiver to save their life in the draft when it comes to drafting. Look, all the successful guys are trades or free agents in New England. I mean, Deion Branch, shit, Troy Brown was a two-way player. Right? Troy Brown was a two-way player. How about Justin Fields of Pittsburgh? Some better coaching. Get away from Matt Eberflus and that stuff up in Chicago. You take a shot at Justin Fields, he wouldn't cost you as much as Kyler Murray. Think about him going down there. Because get this, you may not have to give up a first rounder for him. Okay? And that's right. And he's still on a rookie deal. So maybe you only have to give 2s and 3s up for him. Because I think if Chicago puts him on the open market, you're not getting a 1 for him. Maybe. Because he's still a dynamic runner. He's still hey, if I were going to rank the running quarterbacks, Lamar, him, Jalen, Allen. That's just running. You put Justin Fields in Pittsburgh with Tomlin. How would he do? I might take that shot. I might look at that. Because you might not have to give a 1 up for him. 2s and 3s. I think Pittsburgh might bend on that. Plus the money, that fits right into Pittsburgh's wallet. You know? That fits right into that. Kyler Murray's going to cost you. And is Arizona's got some picks next year because of the equity that Carolina and all them guys, you know? I mean, Chicago's got some picks. Just saying, you need a quarterback in Pittsburgh. Kenny Pickett ain't it. Kenny Pickett is Mac Jones. Okay? Plaxico Burress, Charles Johnson. These guys are good ball players, man. Really, really good ball players. All right. Here is the MVP race. We're also going to look at coaches. Mark Farzetta is going to join us also 5:30 Eastern time here in a couple minutes. Here's the MVP race. Now, this is my MVP race and how I see the MVP race. Isn't it funny? I think it's a little different than my top quarterbacks. It's a lot different. Here are the guys that I think going into week 11. We're starting to get there now. I don't care what anybody says, and you're going to have to prove it to me on why this guy is not getting more love, and I do not care. But I have to go A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown is the most dominant wide receiver I've seen since Terrell Owens. And I got him at 10. Man, I'm telling you, his yak yards, the way he commands the field, how dominant he plays. I'm sorry, there's not a wide receiver in today's NFL that I would take over him. And that includes Justin Jefferson. Okay? That includes Justin Jefferson. I think A.J. Brown, he's like Michael Irvin and T.O. Crazy great. He's my 10th leading candidate for the MVP. I got Dak 9. Can I tell you what? I have a sinister thought on this. Hey, hang in there with me, Tone, everyone. You know what my sinister thought is on Dak being 9? When the Eagles sweep them, and you've been talking this year all about Dak. Hang on, Eagle fans. And they've been blowing his stats up. And they've been kind of like making him bigger than he is. And you beat him in Arlington 2 times in a row. And Jalen beats him. Your love child. That's got to be worth some points and some votes. Don't you think? I think you are sweeping Dallas this year. I do not believe the Cowboys are beating you in Arlington. Like I said, I think you're dropping Seattle. I think you're 4-1. I don't think you're 2-3. I think you're 4-1. That includes a win over San Fran. So if you beat and sweep the Cowboys, you beat San Fran, you beat the Chiefs, then you beat Dak, and you beat him twice. Isn't that worth 4 extra votes? Everybody's pumping his ass up, man, as the MVP guy. Beat Mahomes and you beat Dak. I think that's a pin. I got Golf 8 in the MVP race. I think what this guy does, hey, get this. So this guy beats all the $1 million quarterbacks. Mahomes, Herbert. I mean, Jared Goff, man, very underrated, very underappreciated, and 7-2. This guy beats all the money guys. This guy this year has got wins over Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes. I don't know, man. That's some good shit, dude. Right? I got Joe Burrow 7. This is going down, though. Okay? They got a big game this weekend. Who they playing? Cincinnati. Cincinnati's got a big game this week. Do they? Or are they off? I think they're – wait, Thursday night. It's Bengals. It's Bengals and Ravens. Holy cow. Is that division insane? Bengals and Ravens. Good night. That's an MVP game for both the guys. I got Brock Purdy 6. He's having a great year. He's having a great year. Bengals play Ravens. Browns play Steelers this week. AFC North is something else. I think some of you guys now like my sinister way of how I'm looking at that Dak thing. Why I put him in the top 9. Because I want Hurts to beat him twice to get a little extra love here. And so I'm kind of playing I'm playing futures on this thing here. Okay. Oh, what you do is you do this. You pull a what do you call it? You pull a Lou Holtz. I can't believe this guy. This guy's the greatest thing I've ever seen. Unbelievable. I've never seen a team like this before in my life. Oh my God, I couldn't believe how great this guy is. This guy's one of the greatest things ever. I'll be good to Notre Dame. Heard speak Dak's wise. Watch Jerry ship Dak out of there. Yeah, he'll ship Jerry to the Montreal Alouettes, Tone. Dak will be playing for the Montreal Alouettes. Trust me when I tell you. Or the BC Lions. If he loses, he gets swept. Yeah, Lou Holtz, man. I've never seen anything like this Miami team. These guys are really great. And like I used to tell you guys, I get this to Miami guys. They get talent everywhere. They're unbelievable. And then, Lou, you're 11-0. It's not like you're chopped liver. You know who I'm friends with? Oh, God. The nose guard. He loves it when I do that impression. Who's the nose guard that used to play that won the Outland Trophy? That's a friend of, oh, God. He's now a voter like me on the FWAA, Football Writers Association. What's that guy's name, man? We're number 50 at Notre Dame. Oh, God. Man, I just talked to him the other night, too. Oh, he was really I think he played on that national championship Notre Dame team. He loves when I do that impression of Lou. I just never seen anything like it. It's just one of the greatest things that I've ever seen in my life. No, not Bill. No. He's a player. He's a former. He played with the Bears. I've never seen anything like it in my life. This game was one of the greatest. He won the Outland Trophy. Yeah, Zorich. Chris Zorich. Thank you, Purdy. Chris Zorich. Loves it when I do that. Hey, I've never seen anything like it in my life. It's one of the greatest things I've been up there. Unbelievable. You got to see this Miami team? This Miami team is low. You're 9-0. You're making it sound like you guys are 6-3. Hey. Oh, my. I love Chris Zorich, too, man. Yeah. So I got Brock Purdy at number 6. I tried watching CFL, couldn't do it. That's because you're an Eagle fan. Hey, Barb, how many times have you tried watching Temple football? Mike Stonebreaker was good. He was 11. He was a good football player, Mike Stonebreaker. Okay? He was good. One of the greatest names. Hey, how about that name? Hey, how about this name, guys? Linebacker, Notre Dame, Michael Stonebreaker. I'd never seen anything like that. But seriously, hey, Barb, how many times you try watching Temple? I think only you and Rob. Hey, wait, and Angelo. I think Angelo is I think he's also a Temple guy. I think Angelo's a Temple dude. If I'm not mistaken. And someone goes, hey, Sills, I thought we were friends. Oh, man. Yeah, well, no, because you know what? You gave me 2 shitty coaches from that place. One of them was Al Golden, who I hate. By the way, Al Golden's going to get a job somewhere. He might get the Mississippi State job. He's now the DC at Notre Dame. He came down to Miami, and I killed that guy. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, so so Chris Zorich the other night, I'm talking to him, and he goes, Sills, please, you got to do it on my show. You got to do the imitation of Lou Holtz. I get you this guy. I've never seen anything like this guys in my life. I've never seen a Miami guy. They're one of the I go, Lou, you're 9-0. Yeah. Holy cow. I got to tell you, man, I tune into the pregame show, the halftime show, and the postgame show. And I've never seen more miserable people in my life than that show. When you got Farzetta on there and you got Missinelli and you got all them guys. We're 8-1. What's wrong? We're 8-1. Only in Philly. Like this guy here. Look, see this guy Angelo right here, right? Angelo's like, why am I doing this? We suck. We're 8-1. It's the only place I've ever seen where no one's happy. And I think this is why I really like it. It's because I'm never happy. I think it's just the way of the world here. You see, when you're in New York and you're in Los Angeles, you're a snowflake. And 6-4 is funny and cool to you. 8-1 in Philly is miserable. Mark Farzetta joins us now. And
that's probably the most perfect intro or segment before me ever. That's great. That was great.
So when Angelo came on the other day, he goes, help me. Please help me. We're 8-1 and I don't believe in the team. Why am I miserable? And I go, oh, because you're from Philly. I go, there's no other way around that. You're never satisfied with this thing here. So again, I mean, Mark, I think the one thing that you do have compared to other markets around the country and the people that see this team and know this, you're in the process right now. It's a really great start. And you see things and you're comparing yourself to a year ago. You're not comparing yourself to the league. You're comparing yourselves to the 22 team. Is that fair? That's why you're doing this. It just doesn't look like that.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what everybody in Philadelphia is doing. And that's why I believe this is such a great fan base, is because they know it's not about beating the Buccaneers in week 2. It's not about beating the Vikings after that. It's not about being able to handle yourself against a team like the Miami Dolphins, for instance. It's about the bar that is a Super Bowl. That's what it's about. It's not about 8-1. 8-1's great, and we all feel great that they're 8-1, but that's not the measuring stick. The measuring stick is a Super Bowl appearance and a Super Bowl victory. That's the measuring stick. And even though the record is great, everyone in Philadelphia that's watching every single snap knows that this team is far from perfect. The only thing they do extremely close to perfect is find ways to win. And good teams, great teams find ways to win. We know the old adage. And then the bad teams always find a way to lose, i.e. the Dallas Cowboys when you're facing a team that is, for instance, a good football team, not the New York Giants. So for me, I look at this 8-1 record right now with the Eagles, and I say, this is great. They're in position to get that first round bye in the playoffs. We'll keep that going. Hopefully the Eagles will keep that going, And then after that, we'll be able to measure them against whether or not they're able to not only get to a Super Bowl, but win it.
Well, 9 months ago was Super Bowl 57. What have you done in that 9 months to close the gap on the Chiefs?
Yeah. I would love to say that you've improved your defensive line, and I think they have improved their defensive line. I think Jalen Carter has been an absolute force, but the Kansas City Chiefs are also no slouch when it comes to their defensive line, especially in being able to get after the quarterback. The thing that I find very interesting in terms of what's the most different thing about this team versus that team, this Eagles team and that Chiefs team, is the fact that Patrick Mahomes is running the football more than he has in his entire career. So even if the Eagles get pressure with that defensive line, we all know he's always been mobile, but he's never been this mobile in his career. Whether that's out of necessity, I don't know. Whether that's just him trying to improvise more and get guys open because corners can't cover for that long, that might be part of it. But the biggest difference for me for this team has to do with their linebacking core. As much as I know Eagles fans don't want to admit to themselves, looking back on the linebacking core last year, they were pretty good. They weren't great.
70 tackles between two guys.
That's pretty damn good. And they have, look, I think Zach Cunningham has played very well in his brief time with the Eagles, but it's been an up and down, ebb and flow type of process here. And then overall, the secondary, Darius Slay, he grades well, but overall, that secondary is the fourth worst secondary in the NFL in terms of passer rating allowed. That is something that just can't happen. You can't expect to win in the playoffs when you have no pass defense. And last year, you were one of the best pass defenses in the league. So that's a huge difference to me. And I know they got Kevin Byard, and hopefully not only they use the bye week to be able to become a more healthy team, but they use the bye week to make sure that he is getting more integrated into their coverage schemes. But to me, the biggest difference is that this team is not competing against the passing game like they were last year. Bradbury has been a shell of himself this season. There's no better example of that than how we played against the Commanders in both those games. So for me, I think the biggest difference has to go with their passing game, their passing defense, excuse me.
Wouldn't you agree that the Chiefs, as a 53-man roster, is better than they were in Super Bowl 57? Because their defense now is 5th in rush defense, and they're like in the tops when it comes to pass defense. Last year, they were 20th in the Super Bowl. But what people don't look at with those jaded numbers, they were trending up as they were going into that Super Bowl. So where they are right now, I look at it like this, Mark. I don't know if the Eagle roster is as good as last year's roster, but I look at what I'm seeing with Kansas City. Kansas City's 53-man roster, it looks more complete than it did a year ago to me. I mean, that quarterback proved one thing last year. He broke all kinds of records in the passing game. He didn't need Tyreek Hill. He doesn't have to have a number one wide receiver in that building to win. And he's got maybe the greatest play calling head coach in the game right now. I mean, that's why I ask you, have the Eagles closed the gap on that in the last 9 months?
I feel like on the offensive side of things, they have closed that gap. But on the defensive side of things, that's where they had the most ground to make up. And no, they have not made up that ground. And it's interesting. You highlight the defense, and rightfully so, especially when you talk about that defensive line, especially when you talk about that secondary and all the things that the Kansas City Chiefs have been able to do so far this season. But everybody else is concentrating on the fact that that Kansas City Chiefs offense does not look like it looked a year ago. So for me, I think that's what too many people focus on. They don't give enough credit to how good that defense has come along. I don't know if it was the fact that Chris Jones, missed a game or two at the start of the season. I think one game when it came to working out his contract dispute. And ever since then, he has been a bull in a china closet. So yes, I think offensively, the Eagles have done great. You have seen the chemistry there with A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts be even better than what it was a year ago. The run game has been a little stagnant right now for the Eagles, unfortunately. That may change with Cam Jurgens coming back after the bye week. But I think the biggest gap where it has gotten bigger, unfortunately, is the fact that the Eagles simply cannot defend like they defended last year. I know the sack numbers are sexy. I know the sack numbers look great and all that, and they were looking pretty damn good last year too. But in terms of that defense that they have, that secondary that they have, it has left a lot to be desired. Look, a year ago, they made a trade before the season started, as we know, for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, for C.D. Deuce, a slot corner to be their new safety. This time around, they felt it necessary a week before the trade deadline to trade for a 2-time All-Pro. That's all you need to know. That's how much help they needed in the secondary. They activated the 21-day practice window for Justin Evans today. That's not huge news, but at least it'll be depth for their secondary. That, to me, is where, unfortunately, to answer your question, if you're an Eagles fan, no, unfortunately, they haven't closed the gap there. It's gotten bigger.
Mark, indulge me here on this, because this is why I think that secondary looks a little different than it did a year ago, even with the same scheme. Obviously, different twist here with Sean Desai, but last year, the volume of pressure, hits on the quarterback, pressuring the quarterback, not just sacks, was higher. And now what you have is most teams right now, do you know what the team is that leads the NFL in passing attempts versus another team? The Eagles are number one in the amount of passing attempts versus their defense compared to any team in the NFL. So teams are going into this going like this. Well, why would I have the least amount of resistance going against their number one ranked team that's against the run? I'm going to throw the ball, and that's why they're at the bottom, which means this: if you don't have higher volume of pressure on the quarterback, you have deeper evolving routes that are not going to give you the space that you had with all of the underneath of a year ago, because you were getting pressure on the quarterback. Now, the second half of the season, BG picked his count up. Hassan Reddick became a force. Now, does that become more of a factor? Was BG on a pitch count the first half of the season in this next 5 stretch? this is kind of what they saved him for. That could be something that you're looking at here. So to me, it's going to be more about the volume of pressure on the quarterback, because Sam Howell sat back there. They're playing pitch and catch, Mark. They're just playing pitch and catch. And, they give up the most first downs of any team in the National Football League, which means this. Most teams are 3rd and short against you. So that's why there's not that margin of error back there, and why some of those guys are getting turned around. That was just an observation that I made on what the secondary and why it's looking, plus the injuries.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is interesting to look at it like that. And there was talk, and I know Seth Joyner pointed this out on our post-game show and talked a little bit about it on the pregame show as well. When it came to the RPO game offensively, maybe they're saving that more for the second half of the season. That'll be Brian Johnson's, in case of emergency, break the RPO glass and have Jalen Hurts do a little bit more of that in the second half of the year. He's averaging, I think, throws out of the RPO this year. There's about half as many. So that's been cut in half. And then you look on the other side of the football. To your point, Brandon Graham said after their game against the Cowboys, where he came up with some clutch sacks there, obviously a sack and a half, only had I think a half a sack sales going into that game, came out with a sack and a half, then 2 on the season. Pretty remarkable. And he said after the game, you know what? Maybe this is what they're saving me for. Said just what you said. Maybe this is what, hey, you know what? Maybe you dust me off a little bit, throw me out there, and I can bring down a quarterback or two. Look at that. So that could certainly be a part of it. The other thing is, when it comes to Hassan Reddick, there was a big debate in the first, I think it was 4 weeks of the season. It was like, how much is Hassan Reddick? How much is the cast on his hand bothering Hassan Reddick? Is it really holding him back? Well, ever since he's gotten it off there, he's been like the sack leader in the NFL.
He's a weapon.
He's amazing. He is incredible. And to think that you could have Josh Sweat, you could have Hassan Reddick, and then you have a guy like Nolan Smith, who's still not on the radar just yet, but a guy that is learning. Yeah, a guy, Jordan Davis on the defensive line on the interior, absolutely. But have guys like this getting after the quarterback that are 100% in the swing of things. I think in the second half of the year, this Philadelphia Eagles defensive line is going to do what they've been doing for most of the season, but they're going to be doing it at a much higher volume, to use your word, in the second half of the year that'll make offenses go, oh, yeah, this is the team. This is the team that had 70 sacks last season, and now they got a weapon like Jalen Carter providing that push up the middle.
See, I don't think they're going to get any better, Mark, in the secondary. What I do think,
in the secondary, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
What I do think, though, is bringing more pressure and getting more pressure on the quarterback with your front seven. That's how you help them and make those numbers come down. Is not giving that quarterback 3 seconds to sit around in the pocket and pick a spot and moving guys off his spot. I want to get to this one here. I'll tell you what, I got to vote for like the NFL honors when it comes to Coach of the Year, and I won't lie, man. I didn't think I'd ever do this, but I got Shane Steichen as one of the top 10 guys.
Wow.
He's 5-5, dude, with Gardner Minshew. I mean, he's 5-5, and I'm like, I can't, and all that shit that went on with Jonathan Taylor at the beginning of the season and all this, he's done quite a job with that football team. Now, I'll ask you this. Will coaching be a factor come Monday night? Because in Super Bowl 57, it was, and by the way, it's not shade on what Philly has, but these are first-year coordinators against Steve Spagnuolo and Andy Reid. I mean, I'm not going to get, now, Tone brought up something earlier. I think the Bieniemy loss, you can absolutely say there's something there to that, because look at Sam Howell. He's number 2 in passing yardage with the Commanders. You can't think that that's not part of him in what he's doing. So are you concerned about that a little bit? Because look, you and I both, and I heard you complaining about it. 3rd and 3, you're throwing the ball down the field. Shit, you gave the Cowboys an opportunity. I mean, Jalen did everything right. The coach tried to give the game away at the end of the ball game. Are you concerned kind of about that a little bit on Monday night?
All right. First, I prefer I was bitching about it as opposed to complaining. Okay. I was more so bitching about it because that was the.
Oh, wait, is there a difference in Philly? I have to get this. Wait a minute, Mark. Is there a difference between bitching and complaining?
Well, just like, my 4-year-old complains. I bitch. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, I'm watching this and oh man, you put the quarterback in the machine. I had a week and a half to get over this. Dumbest play call this season to throw the. Here's why it pissed me off so much. Okay, so we all know about the brotherly shove. We all know about the tush push. A week prior to the Cowboys game. So Nick Sirianni had one of the best quotes he's ever had. And he was asked by Mike Sealski, he was asked the question, what does it do for your mentality as a head coach and partially as a play caller to know that you have that 1 yard in your back pocket whenever you need it because of the brotherly shove, because of the tush push? And you know what he said? We only have 1st and 9. We never have 1st and 10. And then you go into that play.
I hadn't heard that.
You go into that play to ice the game. And you're like, oh, okay, well, you're gonna run it here because you're gonna set up. Obviously, okay, it's 3rd and 3. You're gonna set up. You'll get 2 yards here with DeAndre Swift. You get 2 yards here with even Rashad Penny had 1 good carry in that game at least. You're gonna get to that 4th and 1, 1st down, game over. And instead, they throw the ball to 33 to AJ Brown. Stupid. I'm sorry, you actually asked a question, but you put the quarter in the angry machine. What the hell was it? Oh, the play calling, coaching.
Yes. I know what cappuccino and everything. I know what all that stuff does to you, and I know that, right? Espresso. I understand it because it throws me off a little bit too. I have to take a break every now and then. You know what I'm saying? And then I have to come back, put my brain cells together. So please continue.
Yes, good. Anyway, so you got the coaching advantage here. It definitely goes in favor of the Chiefs. I hate to say that, but how do you argue against it? Look, Nick Sirianni's perfect after the bye. That's great. But you know what? Andy Reid's been around, 25 years? He's now 4th on the all-time win list, and he's got 21 wins.
4 counting playoffs after a bye.
Good God, man. That is pretty of all the things we could bitch about Andy Reid here in Philadelphia, of all the things, the one thing in particular that you just got to give him his props right there was always after the bye week. But here's the deal. The biggest question before the season, for me at least, was can Brian Johnson call plays and run an efficient offense and be a play caller at the NFL level, something he's never done, and can Sean Desai be a good defensive coordinator? For me, Sean Desai, regardless of what the passing game is doing, the pass defense is doing right now, I think he's done a very good job as a defensive coordinator.
I think he's done a really good job.
Second half adjustments, the game I always go to that is the biggest exclamation point on that fact is Cooper Kupp. 96 yards in the first half on 5 catches, and then 2 catches in the second half for 25 yards. That's an adjustment. And also shutting down Puka Nacua as well. So then you take it to the next side. You go to the other side. That question has been answered. Sean Desai has done a great job. Go on the offensive side. Brian Johnson has left a lot to be desired. There's been some flashes there. Fake bubble screens, A.J. Brown, getting a guy like Olamide Zaccheaus involved in it all as well. That's been good, but few and far between. I liken it to watching young athletes, and you know this phrase, Sills, watching young athletes, and we go, oh, there's flashes. Oh, we see the flashes that are there. Brian Johnson has shown little blips. I wouldn't call them flashes just yet, but little blips of, oh, that was good. That was creative. That was different. I need to see more of that in the second half of the season. I laid out a couple of things going into the bye week that I needed to see when the Eagles came back. Health is the biggest thing that we could all ask for as far as what we want to see from the Eagles going forward. But other than that, it's Brian Johnson. I need to see Brian Johnson commit to a running game, trust in a running game, and overall be a much better play caller than what we saw in the first half of the season. So now Andy Reid is going to go against a guy like Sean Desai and really give him a test. And now you're going to have a guy like Steve Spagnuolo go against Brian Johnson, which is an ultimate test. And I don't know if I told you this before when I was on with you, but when people talked about Brian Johnson, oh, he'll be great. He'll be great. He's known Jalen Hurts since Jalen Hurts before. He burped Jalen Hurts. He babysat Jalen Hurts. He gave Jalen Hurts his juice boxes. You know what I mean? I don't care. I care about what kind of play caller he's going to be for Jalen Hurts as a quarterback. And so far, right now, it's left a lot to be desired. I have seen the talent prevail over bad coaching and play calling, more so than anything. So talk about that gap again. I would love to see the Eagles be able to close that gap in terms of the experience you have on their side of the football field at Arrowhead and the Eagles side of the football field.
Now, I'm going to take something from last night, and I'm going to, believe this or not, defend Brian Johnson.
Go on.
Okay. Did you at the beginning of the year think Sean Payton and Russell Wilson was a train wreck?
Yeah, I did. I thought Sean Payton, I thought he was picking up a check, that last check.
But don't you agree now with a little bit of patience? I'm going to show you something here, Farzy. They've kept the passing numbers down, which means this. He's only on pace for around 3,400 yards. However, 34 touchdowns, 8 picks, 67.9 completion percentage, and 104 And what Sean Payton has done with him, he's given him plays that were less turnover risky, low turnover plays, shorter passes. That pass to Sutton last night was probably the pass of the year. And what he's done is he saved him. But it took him the entire first half of the season. And this is a Super Bowl winning coach with a Super Bowl winning quarterback. These are two Hall of Fame guys, and it took them 9 weeks to get on the same page. Have we been too critical of Brian Johnson in that evolution of him being a first-year play caller and expecting him? Sean Payton struggled with Russell Wilson. Okay? I mean, I don't know how people don't look at. I was like you. Russell Wilson trash. This guy's washed. He sucks. Sean Payton blows. This guy's no. What I watched last night was a skilled way of developing him, putting everybody on, and they're colliding right now. I don't know what the Broncos are going to do this year, Mark, but I do know this. They're better. He's better. The team looks better. I mean, don't we give Brian Johnson a little bit more autonomy? And I mean, if we were going to make a play call, would it have mattered if it was Sean Payton being the play caller or Frank Reich or Brian Johnson? This was going to be an evolution.
Mm-hmm. No, and I totally agree with that and that part of it, that you're not going to see somebody come in and all of a sudden be awesome. So I'm eagerly awaiting that. But if the question is right now, has he impressed you to the way that Sean Desai has impressed you? The answer is a resounding no.
Sean Payton hasn't impressed me except for the last 3 weeks.
But I think with Sean Payton, isn't there a little bit more of a trust factor there because he has been a winning coach. He has helped bring another quarterback along.
Because he was in his first year, but after Russell Wilson last year, look at Nathaniel Hackett last year. You think Zach Wilson has any chance of succeeding in New York with Nathaniel Hackett on what he did with Russell Wilson and now? No. And people are in New York going, I don't see any difference with Zach Wilson. Well, Nathaniel Hackett's your play caller. Look at the difference between Russell Wilson now and Peyton, and look at this guy here. There's no development. So, again, look, I'm not an excuse maker either, too. The 3rd and 3 drives me crazy, too. There were some other situations in the running, personnel decisions, too.
Quarterback draws.
That's all in the evolution, Mark.
Yeah. No, and I agree.
Play caller.
I agree. Here's what I would liken it to a little bit more so, and we'll stay with Sean Payton here. Sean Payton's a guy that in 2000 got stripped of the play calling with the New York Giants when he was under Jim Fossil as the offensive coordinator. Jim Fossil takes it over. They go to a Super Bowl. All right.
True.
Now, look, was that a big learning moment for Sean Payton? Absolutely. Did he go on and become the offensive coordinator? Where was it, in Dallas?
Dallas.
Yes, he did. But for me, with Romo, right. Now, for me, that's, I think, a more fair comparison in terms of letting somebody grow. I'm not saying that Brian Johnson right now needs to be stripped of the play calling. But the fact remains, you have a guy in Sean Payton that you can trust because he does have a history of success in the NFL. With Brian Johnson, we have to be waiting for the learning curves. We talk about it a lot. John McMullen mentions this a lot when it comes to Birds 365 here on JAKIB Media, and I agree with it. It's a Jim Schwartz philosophy, and this one I happen to agree with. The startup costs. Get the mistakes out of the way now. He's still a young coordinator. I think he's got a future in the NFL. He hasn't been a train wreck. I'm not saying he's been a train wreck, but there have been certain plays throughout this year that you go, that ain't it. That ain't it.
I completely agree. All right, Mark, are you Super Bowl or bust?
Yes, I'm in Philadelphia. Absolutely. Is there a consolation? It's not like the NBA where they're going to have an in-season tournament, and then I don't know. I'm trying to organize a parade around Camden if they win that tournament.
Then you believe Kansas City's the number 1 team in the league right now.
Yeah, they're the team to beat. Absolutely. In the NFL, there is no arguing that Kansas City is the team to beat.
See, this is what I tell people. Go like this, 8-1. I go, when you have the heavyweight championship belt around your waist and you are the heavyweight title winner and you've beaten that team 2 years in a row with 2 different styles, running the ball and making the critical plays at the end of games that won Super Bowls, and you've had 5 years of dominance, you got a mini dynasty going on. That team in Kansas City, Mark, that team in Kansas City is the reigning heavyweight champion. And until you beat them, that's a step. What does Monday's game mean to the Eagles if they beat them?
I think it's legitimacy. That's what it is. I mean, let's face the facts here. We've said this many times. I thought this was interesting going into the game. One of the storylines going into this game, I think, is that the Eagles at 8-1 have not gotten proper respect. The Kansas City Chiefs at 7-2 have not gotten proper respect. So as I was talking about earlier, people want to talk about the offense. The defense is on point. It is better than what the Eagles faced in the Super Bowl last year. So this game, a lot of what's riding on it is legitimacy for both sides. The Kansas City Chiefs have that with 2 Super Bowls, 2-time MVP. They're okay. The Eagles are fighting for that. Speaking from a city's perspective, Philadelphia beats Kansas City. That is the ultimate legitimacy. It makes that now what would be a 9-1 record be the most legitimate thing. It does not wipe away a Super Bowl. It does not wipe away what happened last year, even a little bit. But in terms of going forward, you beat the Chiefs, you can beat anybody. And my ask going into this bye week after the Eagles took care of business against the Cowboys, and everyone talked about this gauntlet of games. I don't know if you could still call it a gauntlet with the Bills looking terrible, but if you look at this gauntlet of games right now, and everyone's like, look at this gauntlet, look what they got in front of them and all that stuff. I asked the Eagles to be Walter White. That's what I asked. If you were a fan of Breaking Bad, if you were a fan of that show, I asked the Eagles to be the danger. I asked the Eagles to be the team that knocks. Be the team that everybody else, the Bills, the Chiefs, the 40 whiners, good God. Be the team that those teams are losing sleep over. Don't be the team that's like, oh, man, we're going into the gauntlet. I hope we win. That's not going to be the Eagles. I see the Eagles having a good, successful run here. I don't know if it starts with the Kansas City Chiefs. I like the Eagles in this game. I feel like they have the bigger chip on their shoulder. I think that they have an opportunity to beat the better team. I think the Chiefs are the better team going in this game, but as we both know, the better team doesn't always win.
Absolutely. Last year, I thought the best roster was the Eagles. Now, see, I think Mark's too smart for these next 2 questions, so I'm going to see, and I'm going to test him here. Do you think Jalen Hurts outplayed Patrick Mahomes in Super Bowl 57?
I don't know. I don't. He lost. He had a huge fumble. I love Jalen Hurts. I love Jalen Hurts.
Do you think Jalen outplayed Dak in the Cowboy game? Because I do.
Yeah, he absolutely did.
I don't think there's a question about it either, but yet people will do this. The national guys are going, I've never seen a guy get more love. Like kind of showing up and really going, wow, can you see Dak play? I'm like, this guy made critical mistakes with inches to go to win games. Hurts had a 135 QBR. And I'm going like, what are you talking about? He made the plays. It was a carbon copy of what Mahomes did in that Super Bowl in the 4th quarter on what Hurts did in that game against Dak. I don't know why people can't see that, Mark. It's not about the yards. It's about making the critical play.
See, here's the thing. The Cowboys, for me, a lot of people just want to prop them up because, look, from a media standpoint, they are a ratings and clicks bonanza. So even if they can't beat the good teams, people really, really want to see the Cowboys do well. So even if they can't beat the good teams, they'll beat a team like the Giants like crazy, and they'll go, oh, look how great the Cowboys are. They want them to be back in that conversation because clickety-click, click, clickety-click, turn it on, turn it on, the whole thing.
Rutgers is better than the Giants.
Hey, just answer it. When Tommy DeVito started talking about chicken cutlets, how much did you want a chicken cutlet? My mouth was watering, man. Oh, my goodness.
That Giant thing, man, was just a total trend. Final question for you.
Yeah.
How much will Goddard's absence be a factor in this game against the Kansas City Chiefs on Monday?
It is. It's huge. It's huge, and it's got nothing to do with the passing game. Look, he's a great tight end. I think he is a pro. I should say this.
I think he's a top 5 guy.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a Pro Bowl caliber tight end without question. What he does not get enough credit for is his involvement in the run game. And the Eagles' run game, unfortunately, hasn't been able to get going anyway. But now it's going to take another hit. You would think, you lose another weapon in the passing game, that's going to help the running game. Not with Dallas Goedert. He's that good of a run blocker. And I always go back to, I think it was the second game of the season in Atlanta after the Eagles won the Super Bowl. And during warmups, 3 different Eagles players suffered hamstring injuries. And I think one was Alshon Jeffrey, one was Deshaun Jackson, and the other was Dallas Goedert. And I remember talking to members of the offensive line after that game. And they all said that when Dallas Goedert went down, they just went to their run game and they went to their playbook for the run game and they just went like this. They went, oh, well, that's gone. And I had never heard anyone speak that bluntly about a number 1 tight end in a blocking scheme. And for me, I just thought that was bonkers. And that just goes to show you how valuable he is in the run game. So if you're an Eagles fan looking at this game, watching this game on Monday night, and you're wondering, oh man, where's the run game going? Dallas Goedert is going to have a huge impact on the fact that they're not going to be running the ball as well as we know they can.
I want to sneak one more in on you.
Bring it.
So last year, you had 1,300 yards from Miles Sanders. You had about 750 yards with Jalen. So you got 2,000 rushing yards with two men. And what was it, 13 and 11? You had 24 touchdowns between two guys. Is that where the run game has gone, where you're looking at two men? Look at that, Mark. $2,000 between two men, okay? And 25 touchdowns almost. You're not going to get close to that. So the Eagles, this is where that run game, where people are going like this. Personally, I don't think you have the talent in the backfield that you had. And because you get this, the dominance back there was Hurts. I didn't fear Sanders. Sanders was like the second guy. Hurts on 3rd and long. Mark, when he was in the perimeter, I can't tell you how many times I'm watching the game going, it's 3rd and 11. He's going to get this. And he's going to break a defense's back when he does that. Those 75 yards were by far more effective than anything he did because that team a year ago was constantly in 3rd and 1. They were winning 1st and 2nd down all the time. And when they were late on 3rd down, that guy got him out of trouble with his legs all the time. $2,000 is gone almost, okay? Now, you had 2 games where Swift it's kind of fool's gold numbers here a little bit with the rushing yards. But, man, that number's got to improve in the second half for them. Hurts' health has got to be better, and it's got to help him in the run game. Do you agree?
Absolutely. I was someone that went into the season wanting Hurts not to run as much, but still wanting to do. But still, the Eagles, they went into this offseason and they said, we're going to embrace the uniqueness of Jalen Hurts' game. They came out of the offseason, I should say, and say, we're going to embrace the uniqueness of Jalen Hurts' game. And good, that's fine. Do that. But let's be smart about it. Like, for instance, if there's a 2nd and 1 situation, maybe hand the ball to the running back as opposed to let my quarterback, try to dive head first over the line or try to scramble on the outside. Let me just make sure he's 1,000% out of harm's way, hand it to a running back, try to get some more yards that way. I want the Eagles to trust their running backs. I don't think it's just a matter of Cam Jurgens all of a sudden not being in the starting lineup anymore that has hurt the run game. You mean to tell me that Sua Opeta is going to come off the bench and he's going to be your right guard, and he's not going to be a better run blocker than he is going to be a pass blocker? That's ludicrous. And then you look at it from the other side of things here. You see another guy like Tyler Steen come in there. You mean to tell me he's not going to be a better run blocker than a pass blocker? This is all about play calling and game plan. It's not just Brian Johnson. A lot of this is on Nick Sirianni as well. They have the talent in the backfield with DeAndre Swift. I don't think Kenny Gainwell is just god-awful. I think he's a good, not great, but good running back. And Rashad Penny, for a guy I thought was 100% shot, the one run he had, he looked like he was twice as fast to the hole as he was 4 weeks prior in his only other reps of this season. So let's exploit it a little bit. Get Boston Scott. Let's see that flourish a little bit more, especially if you do end up getting Cam Jurgens back by Monday night, because I think it's something that the Eagles have just, for whatever reason, not tapped into that strength. In the early goings of the season, it was the ultimate parachute for the Eagles. Things aren't working in the pass game, shift into the run game and be a force. It's the same reason that tush-push brotherly shove is so damn good, that has a damn near percentage close to a point after touchdown. Use it, abuse it, and do it when it's not just the quarterback jumping over the line of scrimmage.
I close out with this. Tyler, it's a Philly show the way everyone talks over it. No, this is an Italian show. You miss it. It's not who has the facts at an Italian dinner table like we are here. It's who hollers the loudest.
Yeah.
Having the facts has nothing to do with it. Who drinks the most espresso and who hollers the most. That's who wins these arguments.
Well, we're not yelling. We're just passionate. We're not yelling.
Drop one of my good friends, Oy vey. Come on, Tyler. Mark, thank you so much, my friend. Great stuff. And by the way, make sure you catch them for the pregame, the halftime, and the postgame on Sundays, each and every single time. This one will be on Monday, obviously, because the Eagles and Chiefs on Monday night. Thank you so much, Mark.
Always a pleasure, Sills. Thanks, brother.
You bet, man. That was fun. Love you guys, man. You guys were just absolutely sensational today. Very cool. Thank you again for everything that you guys do. Do me a favor. Please hit the like button. Xander, Big Joe, we thank you. Absolutely awesome. Tone, you kill it, man. Holy cow. Tone's in a guinea tea right now. This guy, Tone, you're now officially Tone DeCenzio. You're Tone DeCenzio now. Hey, thank you guys so much. 2 to 6 tomorrow. We'll see you on the flip side.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.